Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm told we're ready to roll. I hope everyone enjoyed the dinner. I have to say the Capitol group was hysterical last night, but probably no year have they had better material than a primary election season like the one we're having. And then hopefully some of you enjoyed the karaoke last night. Hopefully it wasn't too late a night. I'm Brenda Boltwood. I'm a Senior Vice President with MetricStream, responsible for large financial institution, energy, healthcare, manufacturing accounts in North America as well as Europe. I joined MetricStream 3.5 years ago, formerly a customer. I was the Chief Risk Officer of Constellation Energy, where we put together one of the first integrated GRC programs, and after looking at 14 vendors, chose MetricStream. Before that, I was in risk and compliance for 8 years with JP Morgan and Bank One before that, other financial institutions before that. So welcome everyone to day 3. We've had the luxury of really 2 amazing days already of discussions devoted to our passion, governance, risk, and compliance. In our firms, we've done the bottoms-up analysis, and in many cases, cybersecurity is really the number 1 risk, right, or at least in the top 5. And it's one where prediction is challenging, with the understanding that one event is too much, right? And what we're trying to do is avoid. And when the incident happens, it's usually too late. And so it's hard in this case for this type of risk to learn from experience, given the impact as well as the changing nature of the risk itself. So, we gain our experience in risk management around cybersecurity from our own experience, from external events, as well as scenarios we run. But we're happy this morning to bring someone with probably one of the world's greatest expertise, Suzanne Spalding. She's Undersecretary for the National Protection and Programs Directorate for the Department of Homeland Security. Suzanne, I'm hoping you can change that name. It's quite a mouthful. But, we want to thank her, for understanding the need to look at cybersecurity from the perspective of a risk management framework and the importance of viewing not just cyber as an isolated risk, but in the context of the physical environment we live in, right? Suzanne has over 25 years in public service as well as private sector experience, including general counsel for the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. She was also an attorney for the CIA, and then spent several years in the private sector, in private practice. The NPBD in the Department of Homeland Security is a unit charged with developing cybersecurity policies and initiatives within the civilian side of the federal government, including information sharing with best practice sharing, as well as programs to detect anomalous behavior. Things like doing analytics like reputation scoring, attribute analysis. Suzanne brings very broad experience in counterterrorism, physical and cyber infrastructure, as well as protection and cybersecurity. So with that, I'll welcome Suzanne to the stage and say we're very grateful to have you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really a delight to be here, and thank you all for being here so early in the morning. It's a great testament to your commitment to these important issues of governance, risk, and compliance. I was really very pleased to accept the invitation to come and talk with you this morning because the issue of risk management is really central to what we're doing at DHS. And I want to thank you, Brenda, for the plug for the new name. National Protection and Programs Directorate was probably a good name at the time, but as we have refined and really zeroed in on our important mission, we're working with Congress to try to change it. I think our name should be Cyber and Infrastructure Protection, and the Secretary would like to stand us up as a operational component, the first new operational component within the Department of Homeland Security, as a reflection of the operational activity that we're now undertaking every single day all across the country to help our stakeholders in federal government, in state, local, territorial, and tribal government, and in the private sector to better manage risks. And our focus is on enhancing the security and resilience of our nation's critical infrastructure. And a lot of people think infrastructure, they think of roads and bridges, and certainly it is our transportation sector, our aviation security, multimodal transportation security, the resilience of our roads and bridges, but it is so much more than that, as I'm sure all of you know. We have divided critical infrastructure into 16 sectors and a number of subsectors, but really it is all of those goods and services and functions that underlie our way of life and have such an impact on our day-to-day lives. So of course it's the electric grid and water, but it's also financial services and emergency services. It's nuclear facilities and chemical facilities, but it's also critical manufacturing and commercial facilities. So it's not just about protecting buildings. It really is about ensuring the functionality that we've all come to depend upon and our ability to use those goods and services. So it's about our ability to go to the shopping mall, to go to sports arenas, right? It's about our ability to take full advantage of the wonderful benefits that a networked world has to offer us in all of its, many iterations. And that requires a fundamental level of security in order to do that. And it requires an attention to resilience in order to do that. So I thought what I would do this morning is to talk with you a little bit about how we at the department approach that challenge of managing risks to critical infrastructure with a particular focus on cyber. But as I do, one of the things I will emphasize repeatedly is, and one of the things that I'm working on within NPPD, is the importance of looking at this risk in a holistic way. And I expect that will be, and has been, will continue to be a theme of this conference. But it's particularly important when you're talking about cybersecurity, because it's so easy to cede this to the technical folks and to put this in a stovepipe, that it's only about IT systems and networks, when really it has to be part of that broader conversation about that functionality within those critical infrastructure sectors and within the ecosystem within which those key networks, systems, and assets live. So we can't just focus on the huge retailer, we have to be thinking about that HVAC vendor, right? We've got to be looking at those small and medium-sized businesses, not just because they may be the source of that critical innovation that we depend upon to keep our economy going, but also because their systems connect with the systems of players whose disruption can have a national impact. And that's the definition for critical infrastructure. Systems, networks, or assets, whether virtual or physical, the disruption of which would have a debilitating impact on national security, economic security, or public health and safety. That's what we spend our days looking at. And all of you know I don't have to go into a description of the threat. I'm sure I don't need to scare you. You're all aware, you read the paper, you probably have had incidents in your own companies. You're very aware of how real this threat is. But as we look at that traditional risk management formula, right? It's the likelihood of an incident, which is typically threat and vulnerability. The consequence of that gives you your risk assessment as you try to prioritize your risks. And then what are all the ways you can mitigate against all three of those? And I always think it's very important to go back always to that sort of classical traditional formula, because it reminds you, among other things, to think about mitigation in all three contexts. Are there ways you can mitigate the threat? Are there ways you can mitigate your vulnerabilities? And are there ways you can mitigate consequences? And so that's what we're working with our stakeholders to do, and to make sure that we're organized and providing resources and adding value for our stakeholders as they go through that analysis. So starting with the threat. Again, one of the things that we emphasize is that while there is a host of cyber threats to your information and communications networks and systems, you also have to be mindful of physical threats to those systems. That might be, a really bad storm, it might be a natural disaster, or it might be an insider threat. We bring our physical security and cybersecurity people together because if you are not making sure you have appropriate access controls to the server room, you have created a huge vulnerability. So you have to think about threats that come in from both cyber and physical. At DHS and PPD, we try to add value. Threat is one of the areas where I think the private sector most looks to the government for help, right? And so we try to provide context at the sort of strategic level, and the quickest, easiest way that I have found to kind of articulate at a high level the nature of the threat is that if you think of at least the threats that I worry most about, if you think of a graph and you've got capabilities and intent, those with the highest capabilities at the moment have the least intent. Those with the highest destructive intent have the least capabilities. But that line, if you think of that line like this, it's moving like this every single day. And when I first started talking about this, it was probably like this, and it's really been tilting, which is to say, the capabilities are becoming more and more ubiquitous, which means that more and more capability is getting into the hands of those who have destructive intent. At the same time, the people who have high capability, but at the moment, perhaps low destructive intent, real-world events can pop that line up like that in an instant. So we're very aware of gives you a sense of how dynamic this threat environment is. But much more, and so we do briefings all across the country when we discover new aspects of the threat, new aspects of vulnerabilities that we can share. We also, and we do those usually at the unclassified level. So we did a big black energy campaign last year. We are launching a major campaign across the country to talk about the cyber attack in Ukraine in December, where we saw for the very first time a cyber attack that brought down critical infrastructure upon which civilian populations depend. I'm sure you all heard about it and read about it. Took down the power in Ukraine that served over 225,000 customers. Clearly a sophisticated attack by multiple actors. We sent a team over, an interagency team, invited by the Ukrainians to look at and see what happened there. This is something that we do domestically all the time. We have flyaway teams that will go in where a private sector has had an incident, help them figure out what's gone on, get the adversaries off the system, and provide recommendations for rebuilding in a more secure way. And we've been working with the Ukrainians on that. But this was a watershed event. This was a major next new step in the threat. As I say, first time we've seen really a cyber attack on critical infrastructure that civilian populations depend upon. And this is what really, if you talk about what keeps us awake at night, that is it. The good news is that it was not a particularly sophisticated attack. It was a coordinated attack and near simultaneous on 3 different facilities, power facilities. But the methods used were not all that sophisticated. And so we know how to mitigate those. And so we put out an alert, completely unclassified public alert, talking about how this happened, what happened, and here are all the ways you can mitigate it. We know how to prevent what happened there. But that's part of our role in trying to help inform our stakeholders about the threat and the ways to mitigate it. We also we get access, of course, to classified information about the threat. And so we have cleared private sector experts from all of our sectors who we can bring in to look at the classified intelligence to say, here's what we see in this, what do you see? Help us craft an unclassified FOUO alert that we can put out for official use only, alert that we can put out to all of your private sector colleagues, all of our private sector stakeholders, that would be actionable. And the real value in having those cleared private sector experts is that they can tell us, no, this is the key part that I would need to take action on this information. And then we can go back to the originator of that intelligence information and say, we really need you to declassify this. We need to figure out a way to get this out to our stakeholders so that they can take action and protect themselves against this threat. More broadly and more, we're getting more and more tactical with each of these levels, is the sharing of indicators, right? And so we have established over the last couple of years, we built a system to allow for machine-to-machine sharing of cyber threat indicators, those technical details that a network defender needs to take action and defend their network. And we need to move with the speed that our adversary moves. And that's what our automated information sharing initiative was designed to do and is now open for business. It is up and running. Congress has given us a great boost in this through the passage of the Cybersecurity Act of 2015, where they set up a regime for the private sector to get liability protection for sharing cyber threat indicators with the department, with the NCIC, our National Cybersecurity Communications Integration Center, which is our 24/7 ops center. And so share those indicators with us, and we will get them out to everybody right away, and you have liability protection for the sharing of that information. But you also have liability protection for sharing it with each other. And this is a particularly important role for those information sharing and analysis organizations, and we've funded a standards body to provide best practices for those information sharing and analysis organizations. I would encourage those of you who are not yet members of ISACs or ISOWs, as we call them, to think about that. This is a great way for private sector in a trusted environment to share information with each other. Information sharing, situational awareness is a critical aspect of this risk management, right? So the idea with the automated information sharing is that we'll have this network of networks. It's not a spoke and hub idea. While we encourage companies to share information with us, the more data we get, the more we can add value through analysis, and we're building stronger and stronger systems to detect bad things we've never seen before. That's the next step we have to get to, right? But for right now, what we're trying to do is when today the adversary can use either an IP address or a kind of malware or other kinds of tactics and procedures for conducting malicious activity, and they can use it over and over and over and over because we're not sharing that information efficiently enough. What we're trying to create here is a system that as soon as any node on this network of networks detects malicious activity, that information goes in milliseconds to everybody in this network of networks. And so the adversary might be able to get away with something once, but only once, because as soon as it's spotted, everyone has it, and ideally, everyone has the technology which is available to block it from coming in. And that would be a huge step forward. You know, there's a lot of folks who say, but you can only deal today with things that we have seen. That would still be a huge step forward, and we'll move to the next step. There's also enhanced cybersecurity services, which is a way in which we provide sensitive government information to security providers who can use that in a secure way to help customers. And it's a way for us to add value to a wide range of stakeholders with classified information without having to give everybody clearances. And so that's another really important program. So that's on the threat side where we're trying to add value. On the vulnerability side, we have a whole suite of tools, security assessment tools, our C-Cubed VP program, which is critical infrastructure cyber communities voluntary program, which is our program to help all of you use the NIST cybersecurity framework, which is a terrific document created really based on all of the input from the private sector to help private sector and state and local and the feds, frankly, to talk about, use a common lexicon to talk about cyber security, but also it lists all the best practices that are out there for steps that you could take. One of the important things, most important things I think about the cybersecurity framework is that it helps you think about in your companies how to go about this, starting with the board. Have a board meeting. And I've tasked our team, we now have a draft agenda for that board meeting. What would that look like? What are the questions CEOs should be asking of their team? But have that board meeting to talk about cybersecurity. And here's where I think it's really important. At the board level, CEO level, management level, don't just call in your cybersecurity experts. Don't just call in your CIO and your CISO. You have to call in your program people. You have to call in the folks who understand what it is that you need to keep operating, right? So this gets to your consequence analysis. I think in cybersecurity, we've spent so much time looking at threat and vulnerability and not nearly enough time focused on understanding the so what of cyber, the consequences. The threat and vulnerability landscape is huge. It's overwhelming. How do you know where to focus your priorities? Well, you're going to focus your priorities on the things that are going to have the greatest impact. And so for you, that might be, you know, if somebody gets access to your customer information, to personally identifiable information, that can have a devastating economic impact on companies as well as reputational impact. But think about your other continuity functions. In government, I've encouraged my colleagues to think of it in terms of our mission essential functions. We have done this drill for continuity purposes. We've identified what are the key functions that we need to do our important government missions. That's where you need to start. Those are the things that if they're disrupted would have the greatest impact. And that's what you need to be thinking about. What disruptions would have the greatest impact? And in order to understand that, your IT people aren't going to know that. Your program people, your risk managers, your lawyers, your financial folks, right? Your marketing people, all of the people who understand your business need to be at that table. And they need to say, if this was disrupted, if I could no longer rely on this data, if our customers could no longer reach us online, if this industrial control system malfunctioned, was not operating properly, if this machinery went down, that would really be a devastating blow to this company. Then you turn to your IT people and you say, tell me how a cyber attack could cause that consequence. Now, how are we going to mitigate that? And again, you've got to be thinking physical and cyber, right? Because now you're talking about potential physical consequences. So your solution might be some new innovative technology or some basic cyber IT network security technology. So a lot of basic cyber hygiene could solve 90 to 95% of the malicious activity that we see, basic stuff. But it might not be IT at all. It might be putting in a hand crank. It might be creating physical redundancy so that when that cyber-dependent system goes down, you can quickly get back up. That's what they did in Ukraine. They still haven't fixed all of the cyber damage that was done. Do you know how they got electricity back up in 6 hours? They got guys in trucks who understood their physical layout, and they drove to where the breakers were that the industrial control system had flipped, causing the power to go out, and they fixed the breakers. So they're operating in a degraded way. They don't have the efficiency that a networked world brings them, but they have the power on because of physical solution. So critically important that you bring that cyber and physical together. And you can only do that, I think, at the CEO and board level. You are looking at risk from across your entire enterprise and the allocation of resources. Critical role for those folks. So that's, I'm going to stop there and see if we've got a few questions, if I've provoked anybody in the room. Yeah. Yeah, so we're basically going to send out primarily folks who were on the team in Ukraine, and they will give a briefing. We started with one in Washington. We've done a couple of other cities. And I think if you go to the dhs.gov website and put in cyber, you can find where the other cities are that we're going to be visiting. We're going to give a briefing on here's what happened. And we have a video that one of the operators there actually took of his screen, and you can see nobody's touching the screen, nobody's touching the mouse, but things are happening. And they will talk about what happened and the role of a attempt to disrupt communications, which is also what we saw with the attack in Metcalf out in California, where folks combined an attack designed to disrupt communications with a physical attack on a electric power substation. And then they're going to talk about here's how you mitigate it, which is the most important thing. So we're trying to get out the word that when we talk about not having your industrial control systems connected to the internet, because that is a way for adversaries, bad guys to get in, we really mean it. This is serious. This is not hypothetical. This is not theoretical. This is really happening and has happened. And talk about all the ways in which you can mitigate that from happening. We talk in the cybersecurity community about whitelisting. Whitelisting is a bit of a challenge in the corporate network. It's actually much easier in the industrial control network. So we're out there talking to folks about what are the things they can and need to be doing right now. My goal really is to get this. I've been talking about this every opportunity I get, and I talk to reporters about it. I want CEOs all across America to go into their office the next day and say, what are we doing about this? How are we making sure this doesn't happen to us? That's what needs to happen. As I always say, I'm here from the government, and I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you. It's always guaranteed to get a laugh, but it is absolutely, yes, but it is absolutely the case. That's the only reason we exist. And key to that is building trust, particularly with our private sector stakeholders. And so, one of the things that I always want to be sure to mention is the importance that we place on privacy. Making sure that we are operating in all of the things that we do in cyber in a way that is completely consistent with privacy principles and privacy laws. And so we have at DHS the first statutory privacy officer in government, and I have my own privacy office in NPPD, and they are involved in the development of our cybersecurity programs from day one. And they are a huge help to us. They help us appropriately focus our resources and make sure that we are building privacy in from the ground up and not tacking it on at the end. And that commitment and the publication of our privacy assessments and compliance reviews on a periodic basis is a key part of what has helped us to build trust with the private sector, because that's the only way we're going to get this exchange of information and the kind of collaboration that we need to have. There were a couple questions over here. Yeah.
Vikas Sharma, Mizuho Securities. I was saying that, as you rightly said, that one can get overwhelmed with the threat and the vulnerability part. But would you agree with me that an approach could be that you start with your consequences first, then the vulnerabilities, and then the threats? Because
yes.
If you don't have crown jewels to lose, the threat might not be important for you. So that order of thinking might be important. And that might also prompt you to have good scenario analysis. And that, I think, is the most difficult part. Like, what if? That is the most...
Yeah.
Oh, your comments on that, please.
I totally agree, and I often say that one of the things we've learned, I started in thinking about risk management, learning from my colleagues about risk management back in the early and mid-90s, and it was always threat, vulnerability, consequence, mitigation. But we have learned that you're often much better off starting with consequence. As I described, sort of that discussion in the boardroom. Start with, what are the disruptions we would worry most about? And then work your way back to which of those, what could cause those disruptions? Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And again, I think having that formula reminds you to look at mitigation across everything, but the mitigation of consequences can often give you the greatest return on investment. Yes.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. So my question is around, how do you think we can manage social media risks better from a data security perspective? Because they can be a benefit as well, right, as a risk. So what are your views on that?
So one of the greatest risks from social media, of course, is that spear phishing, social engineering, right? The ability of the adversary to use that rich amount of data out there about all of us to craft, very effective spear phishing, essentially, ways to get us to click and give them access. And really, that is one of the most common ways that we see today that our adversaries gain access to network systems, is simple spear phishing. So it is a risk, and I think you have to train your workforce to be sensitive to this, both in terms of what do you put out there in social media about yourself, and also we do a lot of training on trying to sensitize people to not click on things that, and to have good spider sense, if you will, about something that might look a little off, and not to click on it. And what are the other ways, what are the other things you can do, right? So go and actually enter, instead of clicking on the link to that website, go put the website in your browser, and sort of basic kinds of things that you can train your workforce to do. But that is a real challenge, because our adversaries, particularly our sophisticated adversaries, are getting better and better. And so, counting on your workforce to never click on a spear phishing effort is if that's your plan, it's not a great plan. Which isn't to say you don't need to do it. You've got to do it. And the Secretary Johnson loves to tell the story about one of our components that did this, testing their workforce. They sent out the email that said, congratulations, you've won free Redskins tickets. Click here to collect your, to see where you should go to get your ticket, and told them to go to a room, the next morning. And when they all arrived, they were all informed that they had succumbed to a spear phishing attack, and there was no Redskins tickets coming. I don't, I used to be a huge Redskins fan. I don't think I would have clicked on it. Nationals now, I might have clicked on that, but yeah. Yes?
Just a quick question. We tend to think of terrorists and malcontents as our threats in cybersecurity. But there was a saying years and years ago that the Third World War will not involve guns and bullets, it'll involve computers. How much of the threat out there to the extent that you can comment on, is really from foreign governments?
So the main sophisticated actors that we see today are either foreign governments or organized crime. That isn't to say that we aren't aware that at any moment non-state actors, terrorist groups could, beyond organized crime, could acquire these capabilities.
So, quick question. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, there you are.
Yeah. So, with a lot of actually demand in the market for this counterattack cybersecurity team, so how are you maintaining the attrition rate? Because there's a lot of demand in the market with the private companies and all that.
I'm sorry, ask the question again. How
The attrition rate in terms of the
yes,
resource.
thank you. I can make my recruiting pitch. It is a big challenge, and I'm sure those of you in this room who are, trying to build cyber teams in your own companies are facing it as well. We hire the best and the brightest, and so they can be lured away, and often are, by higher salaries and other attractive features of the private sector. And that, I think we just have to accept that as the reality. And figure out how we deal with that. So I spent a number of years at CIA, and there I saw in spades that traditional notion of you hire somebody right out of school, and 30 or 40 years later you pin their retirement pin on them and thank them for their service, right? And that's just not the way we're going to operate, certainly not in cyber. I don't think it is in most of government anymore, but certainly not in cyber. And so we've been exploring a number of ideas. One of the things is, of course, we've been working very hard along with our interagency partners to build that cyber pipeline. But I get this a lot from the private sector. What are you doing to build the cyber pipeline? And I've turned it back at them to say, what are you doing to build the cyber pipeline? We have to do this together. And so one of the ideas that I've been talking to a number of my colleagues and friends in the private sector about is, how about this? How about we work together to resource and build that cyber pipeline? And then when they first come out of school, I'll take them for a couple years, and I'll give them on-the-job training. In the government, one of the things that's great about working in the government is you have this strong sense of mission, but you also get more responsibility earlier, typically, in the government. So I'll train them, and then you in the private sector lure them away, and they can make more money, and once they've put their kids through college, they'll miss the mission, and they'll come back to me. That's my hope. And we've seen it happen. We have actually seen it happen, and I really do think there is we are doing great work, and particularly at DHS, you don't hear much about it. You hear a lot about the law enforcement stuff, and you hear the cool stuff from the intelligence community, and you hear about cyber bombs being dropped on ISIL. But we're helping companies and governments each and every day to find the bad guys on their systems, kick them out, and keep them from coming back. And it is great work, and it's very satisfying. And I do believe that we can continue to attract the best and the brightest, and that they will come back to us. So I think that's the kind of model that we need to be looking at. But we need to be, I started by talking at colleges and universities and graduate schools, and then I thought, okay, we really need to get them earlier. So first of all, I started talking to community colleges, because I realized we don't need only PhDs in computer science, right? And so there's a wide range of skills that we need. And then I started talking at high schools, because I thought we got to get them earlier. And now I'm going to start talking in elementary schools, right? Well, I'm right. We have to get those kids interested in coding. Great article in New York Times Magazine this weekend about Minecraft and the role that it plays. But that's what we have to do. We have to start building that pipeline. Sadly, I need them now. But we'll keep working at that. It's a challenge. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to, again say, we have a great mission at DHS. We're recruiting, we're hiring like mad, so come and work for us, and if you know anybody who's interested, send them our way. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Great, I think we're ready to begin. Good morning again. Hope you enjoyed those comments from Suzanne Spalding. Rarely do we get such practical advice about our risk management framework, particularly around cybersecurity. So I think many of you were taking notes, but a worthwhile session. And we're really going to continue on the theme. I think, Suzanne had, very important points to make about, physical and cyber and the use of a risk management framework. Now we're going to tackle the issue of cybersecurity and privacy. Okay, so another aspect of cybersecurity. And we have a very esteemed panel that's been put together. And our format today is, we'll call it panel in the round. We wouldn't call it theater in the round, but panel in the round. And each person, we've done a little rehearsal, each person has a topic that they'll address. And then we'll have a bit of a conversation and move on to the next topic. We are going to open this up for questions, from right now. I'm hoping you'll let us get through a few of these introductory comments, though. But we're looking forward to hearing what your issue is around, cybersecurity and privacy, and hear from our panelists about how that might be addressed. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. And what I want to do is I'll just turn it over to you, Ed, and ask you to introduce yourself and then discuss your issue.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Ed Amoroso. It's been 31 years as the Chief Security Officer at AT&T. Retired just a few weeks ago. Do a number of different things. But on the issue of balancing security and privacy, as a security professional, you probably know which side of the coin I would tend to emphasize. But I think the key is that when you're trying to look at this balance, you have to look at the times. It's not sort of a context-independent question. And right now, there have been so many breaches, so many problems with security perimeters and data loss and nation-state attacks and real frightening infrastructure problems. Like you heard Suzanne talk about the problem in the Ukraine, that I think now, my opinion is that the balance needs to tilt a little bit more towards security. And again, that probably wouldn't be surprising coming from me. But when you do have that intense a problem and that intense a set of potential problems that can affect essential services, I think we need to do everything possible right now to stop things like power and energy grid attacks, as Ted Koppel has recently written about, in our own country. So that's kind of where I come out on it.
Okay, we'll come back to that trade-off,
Great.
right? And what choices we'll have to make. Julian?
I inherently hate that metaphor, the balance between privacy and security. If you think about the two measures after 9/11 that most did the most to prevent a repeat of that kind of attack, it was the reinforcement of cockpit doors to make it difficult to break into the cockpit, and just the change in passenger behavior that on 9/11 we already saw with the fourth flight that was headed for the Capitol. Passenger behavior changed in response to the understanding of what the context of that attack signified. But when we talk about the balance between privacy and security, it causes, I think, to automatically look as these values in a zero-sum relationship, and to think, if we have inadequate security, the problem must be an excess of privacy, when so often I think the reverse is true. I mean, from a risk management perspective, I hope it's clear to everyone who is in charge of an IT department that very often bad privacy practices are themselves a security risk. Having too much private information itself is a reason that attackers regard it as worth the return on investment to try and breach a system. You think about just something stupid like password management or password practices, right? If you're storing plain text passwords instead of salted hashes, you are a much more attractive target because you have useful information. And so companies have been accustomed to thinking of snarfing up the maximum amount of information as a potential revenue stream. How can you monetize user data down the line? I think it's important to start looking at that also in terms of the downside security risk. Is storing excess information not just a potential revenue stream, but also something that makes us more susceptible to attack, and that makes the attack more embarrassing for us in the future when information leaks. We're forced to do a breach notification. We're forced to disclose our own vulnerability publicly, potentially. So that's why I look at CISA, which Susan Spalding discussed earlier, as something of a drunk in the streetlight response to cybersecurity problems by Congress. The old joke about the drunk looking for his keys under a streetlight. The police officer says, well, did you drop your keys there? He says, no, but this is where the light is passed. Mm-hmm. If we look at the kind of cybersecurity problems we face, there's very little evidence that at least the high-profile ones are of a sort that would have been stopped by the kind of information sharing contemplated under the CISA regime. There's not I think, a lot of evidence that somehow the lack of instantaneous automated information sharing above and beyond the kind of information sharing that was already going on under safe harbors and pre-existing legislation like ECPA, that was sort of somehow the rate-limiting factor, the thing that prevents companies from being nimble in response to novel attacks, right? The most sophisticated attacks, the ones you have to be most worried about, are typically going to be something bespoke and that's not going to be that easy to detect on the basis of some kind of automated profile. And I think actually there's potential for an automated high-speed information sharing system like that to itself become a kind of vector for attack, some kind of a denial of service attack by someone gaming what threat indicators are fed into the system. So I'm not as concerned as some of my fellow privacy advocates about the privacy downside, but I also want to note that there is an inherent tension between sort of the stated goal of this regime and the idea that there can be robust front-end privacy protections. To the extent that there's some marginal benefit to this above the kind of information sharing that already goes on through a welter of private sector entities, the idea has to be that it's going to be the greater speed and centralization of it that provides that added benefit. And so you have all these provisions written into both the guidelines that were issued in April and the statutory text itself, talking about the need to strip out, for example, personally identifiable information unrelated to a cybersecurity threat before sharing happens. But of course, the easiest thing, especially when the full context of an attack isn't clear, is going to be share first, ask questions later. To the extent that you're making a kind of ex ante determination about what's personal information, what's relevant to the attack, what's going to be shareable, that is reducing what is supposed to be the kind of key feature here, which is the speed and the automation of it. So I think that's an inherent tension that I would urge everyone to think about and not do what I think is going to be the easiest thing, which is err on the side of the largest possible automated sharing aperture.
Okay, thanks, Julian. And just a moment about your affiliation.
So I'm a senior fellow at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank just about a block down the road.
Perfect. Okay, thanks.
I'm Bob Breeze. I'm Vice President, Executive Partner at Gartner Incorporated, IT research advisory company. Used to be the CIO for the U.S. Department of Energy, and previous to that, a Navy nuke submarine guy for 22 years. So anyhow, so I lived without privacy for a long time.
We had to have a little distance between us so that we don't have a fissionable reaction, both of us being nukes.
That's right, that's right. So I've lived without privacy for many years. But, so cybersecurity and privacy, it's not necessarily a pairwise comparison. Privacy, whether you view it as intellectual property or whether you view it, more in the terms of Brandis and Warren of the right to be left alone, is still something that individuals are willing to trade off privacy in return for something of value. And so when we look at the way that we apply cybersecurity or any means of security, in the end, corporations are in business to drive economic value through goods and services or whatever. So when we say cybersecurity and privacy, can we have both? It's kind of like cybersecurity in anything or physical security and other things. We have to make a decision. So as people are willing to trade off privacy, and whether they want to operate in full anonymity, pseudonymity where they have partial identification, or full disclosure of their personal details, it becomes a very complex question, a very individualized question, particularly when you start to look at it globally. So, I think, without getting into a lot of detail, the discussion's very complex. It's, as you've all seen, it's very different in the EU as it is here in the US. And some of the agreements that have come to light here, as recently as February, but still to be agreed upon, are very interesting. The other piece I'd really probably be interested to hear Julian's view on this eventually downstream here is whether or not cybersecurity, or not cyber regulation, but privacy regulations have an imbalanced impact on the wealth spectrum here. So it might be interesting to look at that as well. So,
okay. Anne.
Thank you. I'm Ann Bader, and I have too many titles in this program. I have Bader Resources, which is a consulting firm in public affairs. Most of the work I do is in the multi-stakeholder area, bringing people together who share the problems but don't share the perspectives of each other in order to identify and work together better, primarily private and public sector, and I do that for a variety of clients. In the process of doing that, I encountered cybersecurity, which to me is the most ideal opportunity to bring people together because it's clearly connecting at a speed that defies human understanding. Certainly the capacity we still don't understand clearly enough, and we don't understand it clearly enough in the boardroom and in the C-suite. So I've been doing with the International Cybersecurity Dialogue for about 4 years, providing opportunities to bring leadership together in small settings, primarily off the record, where they speak on their own behalf and look at issues like accountability, privacy, the ability to anticipate instead of respond. And they bring these ideas that they share off the record. We call it Chatham House rule. I work a lot with the Brits. And they relax. They build a trust. They take these ideas back to their own offices and organizations, and they start to build up. And we do reinforcement of this. And I work with the Brits in a variety of ways. But the most important thing I'd like to say initially is we have to think about privacy in a new way. I won't say a new definition. But many times the issue now is not we are able to give up our privacy. Our privacy is being taken from us without our permission. And that's where a lot of the consternation and issue, and I would say to this audience, you are the future sitting in front of me right now because you're providing the technical capability to bring human beings together and allow them to absorb this from the top of the organization, drilled all down to the receptionist, through drills, through repetitions, through creating accountability. You provide these platforms, you help people understand the opportunities with risk as well as the downfalls with risk, so it's not all a threat. You build anticipation into your capability. It's just as important to prevent something and to have the discipline of understanding that as it is to respond and mitigate. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. Luke.
I'm Luke Dembosky. I'm a partner at the law firm of Debevoise and Plimpton. That's a recent thing. For the past 14 years, I've been a prosecutor with the Justice Department specializing in cyber and intellectual property cases, most recently as Deputy Assistant Attorney General for National Security over the National Security Cyber Program at Justice. And so I've been through one form or another, and to no credit of myself, in the middle of a lot of what looks like a big mess for companies in terms of cyber incidents, the Target breach, Home Depot, Sony, JP Morgan, all those cases going back for years. And then on the policy side, have been dealing internationally with other governments as well. I spent 2.5 years as our representative at the US Embassy in Moscow, working with the Russian government as counterparts on these issues. I've been our representative to the UN, GGE, group of government experts on it. And I've sort of seen what a quagmire it is from a risk standpoint for companies to navigate this space. And so that's what's of interest to me now, and what I'm trying to help companies do is they're often caught in the crossfire of just domestically, regulators, law enforcement, DHS, others, all of these different, not well aligned yet incentive structures. And then that only expands from a risk standpoint as you go internationally and you look at things like cross-border data transfer in light of Schrems and now a privacy shield to try to patch something together there. And so it's a very complex space. A particular area of interest that I share with Anne is how, in terms of, everybody assumes that you're going to take care of things from a technical standpoint, and that's a big assumption, but that's a separate thing from how your governance structure within your organization and then the relationships that you create with governments here and around the world externally all play together in terms of helping you navigate the risk space. So those are the issues on my mind these days.
Thanks, Luke. French?
All right. I don't necessarily need an introduction, except some of you may remember when I was introduced earlier that back in 2002, I worked with the White House and Naval War College in Gartner to run the first ever war game to determine whether it was possible to do to execute a strategic attack on critical infrastructure. And by strategic, we meant pretty much what Suzanne Spalding said. We focused on the ability to create a shift in the balance of power, even if it were only temporary. And we determined it took about 100 CIOs and subject matter experts to develop that attack over 3 days, but it was definitely doable. It would have taken quite a while to pull together the resources, involved a lot of people, so it would have had to have been supported by a nation state. But what struck me is we did a survey of the attendees, the participants in that war game, and one of the questions we asked was, well, do you think that this will happen, within the next 18 months, a major attack? And the majority, the overwhelming majority said yes. And it strikes me that it actually took until last year before you had a limited attack on remote areas of the Ukraine. So, and I saw some surveys here recently, once again, asking chief information security officers, do you expect a major attack on critical infrastructure in the next year? And they still think there'll be a major one in the next year. So I would argue that people are always a little bit more concerned than what the reality is. But the reality is true that we're collecting tremendous amounts of information on people, tremendous amounts of private information. First of all, I'd like to ask just a very quick raising of hands. Please answer this question. Who has their location services on their smartphone turned off right now? Who? Okay. All of you who have them turned off, keep your hands up. Keep your hands up. If you do not consider yourself to have some level of expertise in IT security, put down your hand. All right. See, if you look, most of the people are IT security people that run around, they turn off their location services. The rest of us run around with them turned on. And we'll turn them on, even those who are IT security geeks will turn them on long enough to get that Uber right? You're right? Or I'm going to check real quick to see if there's a restaurant close by on Yelp that I'd like to go to. So we'll do that. We think that we're protecting ourselves. But the fact is, more and more often, the devices that we interact with are collecting information about us that's a heck of a lot valuable than that information that's locked down in your mortgage application, or that information that's locked down in your driver's license application, and so on. The problem is the laws, and the issue that I see right now, the laws focus on private information, the laws that actually protect private information are focused on all of that stuff like your mortgage application, your health record, your this and that is really not truly your identity. But how you interact with your devices, how you interact with your TV, how you're interacting with your automobile, okay? All of that is true private. That's your identity. That's building your identity. And as Suzanne Spalding pointed out, the more that people know about your identity, the more that they can trigger you to take an action. That's all what Facebook's all about, right? I mean, they're trying to learn as much about you as they possibly can, because if they know what you're thinking, they know what you did, it's not that they can predict what you'll do next, they can influence what you will do next. So all of these companies are learning about your identity, your real identity. Now, most of us don't seem to care. But we do all of a sudden care if somebody gets this information without us kind of knowing about it. But we don't know whether that's happening or not. And I would argue that the laws that protect this type of information did not anticipate the type of information that's being collected now. And that perhaps there's, either through industry or through government, some type of responsible use doctrine that needs to be adopted, considering the type of information that's being used, that's being collected now.
Okay, so French privacy's gone beyond name, social security number, and birth date, right? We have to redefine, kind of what information, is revealing our identity, right?
See, I don't even think that was privacy in the first place. I mean, if you go back, 150 years or so, no one would have thought that as being private, right? It was a
And
lot
now
of
we
that.
care.
I mean, your address, no one would have thought of that as being private information, right, where you lived. But your behaviors, people would have thought, well, maybe that's a little squishy. I don't want everybody to know my behavioral instincts so much, other than maybe my immediate family, that I'm totally predictable.
Right. And then, Ed, I'll come back to you, because you were saying, we're going to have to accept, more of a trade-off between privacy and security. Sounded like leaning more towards security issues. Right. So, we've just kind of broadened the notion of what privacy is, or how we, what reveals our identity. And now you're going to say we have to give some of that up and accept that that's not going to be private, perhaps, so we have better security?
There's a lot of discussion about whether an attack is going to happen. That dumb joke about the couple in their home, and there's flood coming, and they send a boat, and they don't want to get in. They said, don't worry, the Lord is going to save me, and the flood waters come higher, and then they send an airplane. No, the Lord will save me. And then a helicopter comes. They're on the roof, and the floods are coming up, and they go, no, Lord will save me. And they drown. They go to heaven, and God says, I sent a boat, a plane, a helicopter. What were you looking at? So I think that our version of that is Target, Home Depot, JP Morgan Chase, Primera, Anthem, Sony, OPM, Wendy's, Verizon, T-Mobile, Penn State, Harvard. It goes on and on. A power company in Ukraine. It's like, I sent a boat, I sent a helicopter. What were you waiting for? So when the baby is crawling next to the cliff and the security people are saying, that's dangerous, the baby may not fall off the cliff, but the baby might. And that's what we're living through right now. Just about every essential service that we depend on to live our lives is teetering on the verge of being attacked. We know that to be true. Ask 100 cybersecurity experts that question, every one of them will say that's true, but it may teeter to the point where you don't see it. That's the asymmetric nature of cybersecurity. So my one final point here is that, we do tend to debate privacy and security. And if you do see a big attack, and we're sitting here with candles, then I guarantee you the debate will swing in the direction of security, and you'll get some privacy legislation that none of us will like, and none of you will like.
And if I'm a Silicon Valley, CEO, of Facebook or Google or something, I want you to just keep talking as much as possible, because that's not the information I care about. I want to collect all that behavioral information.
Right.
And of course, that's what NSA and others probably find very fascinating as well. So you keep talking about that, distracting the population from the real threat that some of this poses 20 years down the road, and I'll just keep building behavioral profiles.
So the threat broadens, right? And there's a broader notion of that. But I think it was Bob that mentioned, in the EU, they have, one balance they found between, privacy and security. But Anne, I was wondering if you could address perhaps, how has the EU addressed this? NATO, right? States like Estonia.
The key word here is and I can't get it out most mornings, but making things operational. For example, at NATO, they have something called a STANAG, which is a shared way of waging conventional war. They are now integrating cybersecurity into that. It's critical we're talking with FEMA for the same reason, how they are integrating the cybersecurity issues. It's quite a different world out there. For example, Microsoft last year put all its European-based data under trust of Deutsche Bank in Germany because simply the Germans don't trust the way the US manages privacy. Neither does the EU. Now the EU has come to a bit of a come to Jesus moment based on the latest events of lack of sharing of information in Brussels and in Paris. In Brussels, for example, the Intel service was, as you probably all have heard, this definitely affects you because it means that people are not given the opportunity technically first to share critical information so they can anticipate as well as respond to unexpected crises. And the EU is now redoing one more time. We thought we had a new agreement to share information, and they quashed it within about a month last year. And there's a new privacy shield, but that's got all kinds of issues. The cultures are different for a variety of historical reasons, in Germany particularly. But now that they are seeing the vulnerabilities that they have because they will not share their information, I would go to Ed and say they are in the process of building fences, building walls, and sharing more information. And there's going to be more direct sharing of information between the Intel community, the police, and private sector.
So Ann brings up some really good points and ties back to Ed's comment and back to what I said in the beginning is I think we need to do a better job of selling the value prop to our citizens around the world, not just in the US, of the government's need to have access to some of this. And this doesn't address French's issue, but as we get further and further away from the last large-scale event that really bothered us, we tend to get, maybe it's not so bad. It won't happen to me. I've got an optimism bias that says, well, Brussels won't happen to me in Kansas City, Missouri. But I think we do need to pitch the value prop a little bit better, and security people usually aren't very good at that. So a closer partnership, I think as Suzanne talked about, I think bringing Suzanne's efforts and like efforts to light a little more and some of the more open discussions with our citizens that this trade-off, while it's not pairwise, it's a multinodal trade-off, has got to come to the open, and citizens need to be part of that engaged discussion. Because otherwise, as Ed said, they're going to get legislation and regulation that they won't like at all.
But we can look at also, agreed. But in the private sector in the United States, they expect to go first. They expect the government to take 2 or 3 years and then agree with them. In Europe, private sector expects the government to protect them, the government to go first. And as a result, they're much more vulnerable because the government is beyond bureaucratic at the EU level. And NATO is just now starting to quicken and be more capable of responding virtually. But there are areas, and I don't want to hog the mic, but thinking about not perfect solutions, there are lots of shared opportunities to work together, although they need to be scaled and accommodated based on a variety of cultures. We see how Estonia has rebuilt itself after their 2007 attack that brought down their government. With the US help and a couple of other Europeans, they now have a totally integrated government organogram that has a corporate and public sector sharing of information and working together, and particularly private sector acts as a sort of reserve system for the government. Listening to their president is always a thrill because he can talk policy wonk, he can talk tech, he is a perfect example of what we need to start grooming our leadership. Israel is another opportunity that lives with threats constantly, but they have created a totally non-political response to this. They have these wonderful centers of excellence, and they're calling themselves the startup nation. And they're now at the point where some of their legislators who were originally venture capitalists are pushing for regional cooperation in the virtual world. You can look at agreements like the Budapest Convention. That works for a variety of things. Even the Wassenaar agreement, which is primarily for small arms, but in 2013, they started interjecting a bit on the virtual, I call it virtual because I'm old-fashioned, digital, your kind of world. And this is your opportunity because you are providing the understanding with this platform that MetricStream has created to help accelerate, educate, and bring into the conversation the strategic decision makers because they need to understand what you know. And it is not boring anymore. Governance is not a boring topic. And
So Ann, let's build on that for a moment. I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Please.
Luke mentioned, you're working now with the private sector, trying to find the right balance, right, between privacy and security. But, if you look at, private sector, at least in the United States, we've been rather reactionary, right? Maybe we're expected to take the lead in the private sector. We haven't necessarily relied on the government. But yet, our board members are, aging, right? They're in their 70s, right? And the millennial generation that's more adept with computers and, these ideas of digitization, it really, they haven't yet hit top management. So there seems to be an awareness gap, between senior management and maybe the operational people, within the companies. So what are we going to do to bridge the gap? And we can just focus on North America, where, as Ed, he just reeled off, such a variety of, infrastructure, data protection, but also, French's point about behavioral data, right? And what is important to maintain privacy around. So how's that going to happen?
Well, I think the key question is what exactly is government's role? When does government get in the way and do something heavy-handed that's just impeding innovation on the private side? There also has to be accountability in the private sector side, and some of that shakes out in terms of liability. When you're talking about industrial control systems and nuclear power, a fair amount of it is pass-fail. Mm-hmm. It's not just credit monitoring for people and writing off a loss of PII data that went out, or even the government writing off false tax returns. It's a disaster potentially, and so there needs to be an effort. People have said there's this elephant in front of us, and the old saying is, where do you start eating the elephant? You have to start moving forward. And we had a panel yesterday on this at Georgetown, and it was focused on taking disaster off the table. Mm-hmm. You're going to have people get into your systems. We've all should recognize we need to move beyond firewall mentalities and, just keeping everyone out. It's not really feasible in terms of global business with the interconnectivity we have. Mm. And so how do you do containment? How do you do segmentation? How do you have a plan for resilience? And that's where the governance piece comes in. How do you relate and raise up issues to the government? And what will they do? There's a fear that if you come to the government early, you're going to lose control. That's a legitimate fear. That's a legitimate fear that if you pull that lever, you're going to be overrun, and all of a sudden everyone is in your lobby, the media is calling, Congress is calling you to testify. So there are things that you can do in advance, I think, that are prudent to narrow the aperture on the risk front. Mm. Some of that is going to be chaotic inherently in the incident, but I think a lot of it can be drilled, and others have commented on this, practiced. Decisions can be front-loaded. To your point, there's a lot of need for executive level involvement in this decision making. Yeah. I mean, Suzanne said it, that it can't be outsourced. We're seeing new positions in companies like chief trust officer, people that are reporting directly to the board, where it's integrated vertically in the organization. The piece then that needs to be added onto that, as I mentioned, are the external relationships with governments.
Right. Okay, thank you. We have a few more minutes for questions. Sure. There's a microphone coming right behind you.
Thanks a lot for your insights. We went through this round of discussion or panel without mentioning Apple versus FBI, which I think is a corner case. In my mind, it is really brought front and center that aspect which relates to the layperson, because until this happened, the layperson was not that involved with what does it really mean for somebody to really stand up for privacy. And I've been a cybersecurity professional for the past 25 years, but on this one topic, I was one of those people that really was siding with Apple for what it was trying to say. I want to hear from all of you in terms of, in your candid opinion, what do you think about this? Because this is really cybersecurity, or in this case, extreme security, which is terrorism security, versus privacy of a private company that it wants to maintain for all its citizens around the world.
Yeah. Thanks. Luke, maybe you can take that one first.
Actually, I'm probably the least
Okay,
capable of
Julian?
addressing that.
Maybe Julian, I'm sorry,
Julian
yeah.
doesn't have an opinion.
Okay, one opinion.
So I wrote a fair amount, also taking Apple's side, but I do think this is a good case that illustrates why I think it's a mistake to adopt this reflexive sort of balancing privacy versus security framework. I think one of the strongest arguments for really robust smartphone crypto is not just personal privacy and whatever salacious photos you're sending around on Snapchat, but that the realistic cybersecurity threat to an organization that is actually likely to face is not some zero-day exploit. You're probably not worth burning one, right, unless you're a very high-value target or some kind of custom-crafted malware. It's stolen credentials. And we're going to rely on smartphones to control access better than passwords to secure systems. And so at some level, the security of the end device is the weak link in the chain, ends up reducing to the security. The security system ends up reducing to the security of the devices that are the access controllers. And more generally, think of something like OPM, right? It was a breach that occurred because of stolen credentials that itself is going to be a huge security threat more than a privacy threat, right? OPM hack was not perpetrated because someone wants to revel in the personal information of the people, for credit card theft. It's because these are people who are cleared and whose credentials and whose personal information may be useful, whether directly or as the prelude to a spear phishing attack. So I think the Apple case sort of points up how those two interests are not really at loggerheads in the way they're typically portrayed. Right? Protecting privacy in this case is, in the longer view, protecting security.
Mm-hmm. I think, I was talking to Ed the other day too, and Ed, you kind of had a different view on the telephone industry's experience on this over the last few decades too, right? On
any thoughts about
access
Apple? Or?
To sort of private communications and so on.
I mean, I'll offer a couple of points. My personal view, not representative of any organization, is shame on any company that doesn't help a law enforcement agency catch bad people. It's as simple as that, in my mind. But the whole thing is a joke because every hacker on the planet, including John McAfee of all people, knew that you could break the iPhone. I mean, what John McAfee said, if I can't break the thing, I'll eat my shoe on Neil Cavuto's program. And every hacker I know said the same thing, whether you're doing the NAND thing or whatever. You knew you could break it, so why didn't they just do that quietly? Like, the whole thing's just a big charade. Now, setting that aside, this proposal from tech companies that they can't design access securely is also bizarre. When you consider that telecommunications companies have been running CALIA infrastructure for how many years now? And what is that essentially? It's mandated backdoor. That's what it is. That's the law, and it exists in every country.
It's also been exploited.
I'm just saying that this whole idea is just a twisted, bizarre sort of thing. I agree with you that right now software engineering is in such a sorry state that no matter how hard you try to write software, you can probably break it. So that's twisted. And then this idea that, oh my gosh, we should never try to build any sort of access appropriately. That's also kind of weird because you got industries doing it. So it's just the whole discussion strikes me as weird because when the only sane comment comes from John McAfee, you know you're in an odd situation.
Okay, great. One other question, perhaps? Anyone else?
Okay.
No? Okay, well, great. So we'll thank our panelists and, for a great morning on cybersecurity, and the discussions continue in this room and others. So we're now in for a networking break, coffee next door. Thank you.
Maybe Apple could. I don't know about every other.
Check. Hi, everyone. There is a vendor theater session happening by CSC in the next room, as well as coffee breaks. So those of you interested in that session, please make your way into the Independence Ballroom. Thanks.
chairs on stage first. Good morning. I hope everybody is doing well today and that you're having a great time at the summit. We have a very small crowd in here. I have a feeling that the networking break is just breaking up, but we wanted to go ahead and stay on schedule and get started. My name is Melba Gant. I am with MetricStream, and I'm the account manager for the CareSource team. And with me on stage is Surya Prakash, who is the technical account manager on the CareSource team, also with MetricStream. And then Margaret Frazee, who is the Medicaid compliance manager, or compliance officer, excuse me. And Sean Woodson, who is the GRC implementation lead. And they're going to be talking to us today about how they're simplifying healthcare compliance, utilizing their GRC journey. So I'm going to go ahead and let Margot take away on the presentation, and we'll take questions after.
Good morning. I'm a walker, so hopefully I won't trip and fall over anything. Last evening, if you guys were at the awards banquet, I think you might have heard that Michael Cover was unofficially given the award for the best presentation by a customer. So I am going for the win on this one today. And I need all of your support, right? There's going to be voting. I'm good with bribes, so I will certainly do what I can to win that because he's going down this particular time. So let's get started now that that technicality is out of the way. So we're going to just go over a few pieces of information. Want to tell a little bit about our company and who we are so that you have a good understanding of the type of background that we're using for our GRC solution. And then essentially what we're going to talk about is the protocol that we went through for deciding on our GRC solution. Some of the best practices that we had, some of the lessons learned that we've had, so that for anybody who's brand new or thinking about implementation or maybe going to roll out another module, that there's some learnings that you could certainly take on how to best develop your solution within MetricStream for a successful plan and successful rollout. So real quick, CareSource is a regional health plan based out of Dayton, Ohio. We primarily are a Medicaid plan, or at least that's where we were born. We grew up in the Medicaid business. We are the largest Ohio Medicaid plan. And so part of our growth and structure now is to expand out into the Affordable Care Act in the marketplace. So we have expanded into Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, and I think that's it. Oh, Ohio for Affordable Care Act as well. And then just this year, we recently also added Medicare Advantage to our plans as well in Kentucky and Indiana. And we are next year going live in Georgia. So that is a very exciting expansion opportunity for us. Obviously, CareSource's objective at this point is to expand our footprint, still remaining within a regional base, but really looking to expand our health services to a broader audience. We currently have 1.4 million members. Again, about 1.2 of that is the Medicaid population. So we're still figuring things out for the rest of our programs. So our journey for the GRC solution, like many programs, starts out with what I always refer to as Band-Aids and paper clips, right? So you're piecing things together, you use Excel spreadsheets, you might be fancy and have an Access database, and that's really where you start out on managing a lot of the activities, the functions, the tasks, your tools. It's how you just track everything. We did get a little bit more advanced and we moved into SharePoint. You know, we started measuring things and having people enter data into our SharePoint solution. But as we grew and as we added more states, it just became increasingly complicated to be able to maintain and figure any of that stuff out. So we started then looking for a more automated solution for us. And that's really then where we had to sit back and say, well, what is the thing that we actually want this solution to do? What are what are the steps that we're looking for, and really focused on streamlining our processes. Part of that then meant we had to define what those processes were. Again, Band-Aids, paper clips, and things like that was holding it all together, so we really had to take some time to step back and formalize some of our processes. Once we had a good idea of what those processes were, we did go through our RFP process to go out and look for different providers, different vendors that could help us in our GRC solution. And really, the deciding factor for us was our on-site demonstration. It was really critical to bring the vendors on-site to demonstrate what they could and couldn't do. We are a healthcare organization, and it was actually surprising to me how many of the vendors that came in and did demonstrations had no idea what kind of company we were and didn't even talk to the specialities of our industry and how they could or couldn't support that. So from a learning perspective, I would definitely make sure that, when you're going through any kind of RFP process related to the GRC solution, that this particular, that the entities come and actually present based on your industry, because there are nuances. You want to know that they at least understand who you are and what they can do to help within that particular industry. So after the on-site demonstrations, there was, a collaborative effort from our leadership to basically decide which was the best solution for us. We obviously chose MetricStream since we're here, but, it really was, there were certainly pieces and parts of the different vendors that had benefits and opportunities, and really it was coming down to which one is the solution that's going to give us the broadest capability across all of the things that we needed. We were looking to obviously adopt an internal audit solution. We were looking to adopt, MAR or SOC or any of those other controls and review entities. So looking for some of those solutions, really brought us to the MetricStream solution, as opposed to just looking from a compliance perspective, which some of the other vendors were more dedicated to. So once our selection was completed, we had to start planning on how we're going to roll things out. And I have lots of feedback later on that I'm probably going to get pretty specific on. But in this scenario, we of course developed a project plan, right? I mean, how else do you do this, And then we also hired somebody to put up with me every day. And Sean is that lucky person. And, essentially put together the plan of what modules we were going to buy and when we were going to roll them out. So some of our decision criteria, I've already talked to a little bit of this, but one of the things that's critically important to me is about automation and streamlined processes. You want to make sure that the solution that you have is going to be simplifying the workload that you have to manage within your organization, and making sure that it is task-friendly, easy to understand, and fits within your organization structure. Our other decision criteria, I've alluded already that, we're growing, we're expanding to lots of different states, so I needed a solution that really was going to grow with me, and how would I expand that solution as we keep adding new states. And our CEO is very excited about adding new states every year, much to my dismay, but we're doing it anyway. So I needed a solution that's really going to help us stay on track with all the new states. One of the other critical elements, of course, is integration with our existing business partners. So we have other solutions out there. We have solutions with SAP, we have solutions with ServiceNow, and essentially we want the ability to be able to integrate those solutions into our GRC solution as well. So those were our decision criteria, and there's lots of other factors. So one thing about me is I'm a Six Sigma black belt, and I don't mean karate, but the process improvement kind of stuff. And so it's really critically important for me to also make sure that, that we had in our solution and our decision criteria set of standardized processes and a set of standardization. And so that was really the thing that I'm looking for in this particular solution. And that was part of my driving factor is that standardization. So getting a little bit more specific into our rollout strategy. So we purchased 7 separate modules from MetricStream, and we had a pretty aggressive rollout schedule. So we broke it down into 3 phases. The first phase is about the foundation, right, which is essentially the governing structure of how you build MetricStream, what it means, how you're going to break down all of your information, what goes into libraries, and those kinds of things. And then we rolled out issue management and compliance management, and we had some lofty goals of also rolling out vendor management in our phase 1. Phase 2 was dedicated to internal audit and enterprise risk management, and then phase 3 was focused on policy and procedure and our regulation change management. In our planning, we thought that 18 months, we should be able to get this stuff done, right? Sure, ready to go. And we really had a lesson from the standpoint that we needed to take time to figure some things out, that we weren't specifically ready for rolling 7 things out in an 18-month time period. So I think we're about a year in, maybe a little less than a year, and I think we've rolled out officially now 3 things. So that's progress, much better than I thought we were going to be at this point. But really, a lot of the things that had to happen was decisions on our side, processes on our side. We thought we were ready when we went through the RFP. We thought that we had it all planned out. We had all our processes buttoned up, and then we were like, oh, no, we're wrong. That's not, we're not ready at all. So we had to do some back steps and get ourselves ready before we could figure out what the solution was going to be. The good news is, and what I would cite here, is that as we rolled out some of these facets of MetricStream, there's always noise with change, and there was certainly noise, but some of the noise that we heard was good noise, where I had all these other business processes start coming to me and saying, how do I get on the schedule? What can I do? Where are we moving? So I think there's some benefit in, at least in the back of your mind, considering that additional return on investment from a future addition of other areas or other business areas. So we have accreditation seeking some activities with us. Our service center manages different escalation complaints, and they're coming to us about adding different elements. So Sean, is there any other area that I'm thinking?
Yes, we have operational excellency. We have our grievance and appeals department. So we have approximately about 6 departments that are looking to onboard with MetricStream.
Yeah, and definitely it was not planned. So now we have these 3 phases. They've reorganized a little bit, but we probably have phase 4A, maybe 3B. We have, probably a phase 5 planned out there somewhere. It's just not written down. So we're, trying to get through the first plans. But I do think it's certainly worth it to keep that in the back of your mind. How could this be beneficial for other business areas?
Okay,
so now this is Sean.
Okay, that's a good segue. So integrated GRC is about bringing people together to manage a common goal through common processes while sharing resources and coordinating plans and efforts. That's very key, very key. So you have to have all your stakeholders to have that conversation, to figure out the definition and what that definition means to the organization. That is a very intricate role because, as Margot related to, that we initially had a very aggressive rollout, but we did not account for just the ripple effect it would have within the organization. So now we have approximately 6 other departments that are looking to onboard with this solution. So that is very key. Let's see, the definition, whether that is compliance management, risk mitigation, corporate assurance, you have to define that as an organization before you can proceed forward. This is very key also, creation of a unified organizational structure. Very early on, we really struggled with that. With any organization, the organizational structure could be very complex, but the key to that, and we actually partnered with another organization that offered a very key valid points. Simplify it in nature. Really simplify it so that as you progress with this solution, you have the scalability within the org structure to account for that. That is very key. So even though the org chart may be very complex, please keep that in mind. We've learned a lot from that. Let's see, the granularity at the level of risk and control attributes. Every department within the organization kind of has a way of doing their things, and that doesn't necessarily mesh up to the top of the organization. So kind of clarifying those definitions, using the GRC Foundation to kind of link all those together to come to one agreeable risk, control, and so forth is very key. It's very key. So you have to kind of utilize that verbiage within the organization itself. Leveraging information, and this is really key also. Reporting. Everyone loves reporting. Everyone wants different things out of reporting. So understanding the tool and how all that rolls up, organizationally, are key factors.
So,
You're on.
was I? Can you hear me? Okay. So the MetricStream platform architecture that we have is, I like to describe it as having a foundation that's horizontal with our apps, what we call apps, some companies call modules, leaning vertically on that. So what Sean was talking about with the risks and controls and the different objects or libraries within the application, that's all part of that horizontal piece, and being able to then, in each of those vertical apps, define those different objects and then link them together within a common architecture is really the strength of our platform. And then Surya is going to talk a little bit about how you go a little bit deeper with those libraries and linking everything together.
Having a robust data model is really going to help, especially companies like CareSource, leverage that data model and build their library and use them effectively downstream, especially while creating issues, risk control testing, etc. So as Margot and Sean mentioned, we spent considerable amount of time upfront during the first phase of the implementation in making sure that we design and develop the right libraries and make the right connections. Defining libraries is very important, but also the other thing is making the right connections so that you're able to get the right reporting out. And certain decisions were made, making sure that the right reporting comes out from the tool. And some of the key areas that we looked at was area of compliance, defining MAR as area of compliance, Medicaid, Medicare, etc. Also defining the regulations and the underlying requirements associated to that, which were all, we spent good amount of time making sure that these are correctly laid out. Also, the downstream, like defining processes, risks and controls, which are basically being leveraged by MAR and our internal audit groups to make sure that they do the testing pretty successfully. So certain key decisions were made, like making sure certain fields, certain associations are made mandatory so that successfully you can report out when they are looking at, okay, show me, look at the list of issues across areas of compliance or list of processes that are tied to your requirements, etc. So the key to any successful GRC is going to be defining the data model, and MetricStream gives you that flexibility of having a lot of linkages. So spending upfront time to make sure that the right linkages are made, right data objects are selected is a key exercise, and that is something we did pretty successfully.
So that leads right back into then the next phase of our rollout, which goes back to the upfront planning. And we did a lot of upfront planning. We learned that we needed to probably do more. But one of the things that I would recommend is that you spend a significant amount of time thinking about your hierarchy. How do you want things reported? How do you want to be able to categorize? How do you want to be able to slice and dice your information? And I don't mean at an individual level, I mean at a program level. So for us, our decision was by program. So we separated out Ohio Medicaid from Georgia Medicaid, from Indiana Marketplace, as a mechanism for being able to then roll up by program. That's really not how our P&L works, but it is how we talk in our business. It's how our leadership talks. We talk about our very specific Medicaid program. We don't typically talk about Ohio and all of the things that happen in Ohio. We talk about the one plan in Ohio, and then we will talk about the other plan separately. Now, we also built within our hierarchy the solution so that if I want to talk about just Ohio, I put that in too, just in case, because I never know what the executive team comes up with and what they want me to know later. So really put in an infrastructure so that I can cross-pollinate from a hierarchy perspective. But you really have to sit back and think about how do you talk to your business leaders, what do they want to know, and how can you set up your hierarchy that way. Then moving on to the foundation is really then the secondary phase in the rollout, at least from my perspective, where you really start thinking about those critical elements of what are the tools, what are the pieces of information that you need to leverage in order to do your work. So for us, it was regulations, right? So the Ohio Administrative Code or the CFRs and things such as that to be able to load into our system so that we can tag, God forbid, a sanction that we get from some entity back to a very specific regulation, so that from a reporting perspective, we can go back and say, you know what, we've been sanctioned 5 times on this particular item. Let's get it together, people, about what's going on. So really took a lot of time to think about how do we want to have that foundation within the system. And that's certainly what Surya was documenting about the different layers. And that's really, one of the, I think it's objects, I forget what they're called in MetricStream. Libraries? Okay, sorry. But really taking time to figure out those particular elements. The final thing that I think is critical, and I've talked about this several times because it's just so important, is your high-level process. You have to really know what is the process that you want to do, because you can't build or format anything within the MetricStream solution to fit your process if you don't understand what your high-level process is. So we've certainly had experiences where our process needed to be flexible and needed to change. Sometimes we were a little too rigorous and said, MetricStream shall fit us. And that made it complicated because we probably over-engineered a few things internally on our process, and now we're un-engineering it in MetricStream and re-engineering it to maybe a more effective solution for us. So really stop and take time to understand your high-level process. What approvals do you want? What are critical for your organization? Who has to sign off on what? And essentially how are you going to communicate? Because understanding those processes will help you understand then the workflows, understand the system, and really build a robust solution. Support model is for Sean.
Yes. Okay, support model. So we found this to be very important up front. So essentially what we did for CareSource, we created a team which consisted of a project manager, a business analyst, and a subject matter expert that would kind of see the project all the way through. Very key. I can't say that enough, but very key, because you have that continuity built for this solution that you select within your organization. So best practices, things learned, communicating with other organizations, very integral, like I said. So that's very key for the continuity portion of it. Partner with another organization who has implemented a solution. We did that very early on, but even though we did that, we found that, we thought we kind of had a good idea, but we really didn't know what we didn't know until we actually started our journey. And along the way, we made a few mistakes, but we learned from them. And then, learning from those mistakes and then partnering back with our, sister organization, kind of talk it through. Very key. You're going to make some mistakes, and that's good, as long as you learn from it and you don't repeat that. Understanding the tool and how it may impact business decisions. Very key. Like I said, this is another item here where, you're really not going to fully understand the tool until you start to use the tool. UAT, great. It's a good filler to kind of just understand the workflow. But until you actually get it in production, you actually start utilizing this tool and applying those best practices, you're not going to fully understand the tool. And once again, partnering with another organization to kind of figure out those inconsistencies or how you can make it better. I can't say enough about that. Play in the UAT environment, the sandbox. This is very key, especially for as your GRC solution starts to grow, gather steam, and then you have other departments that want to come on and utilize the solution. That is very key there. Have a fully engaged understanding of what the tool can do and what it provides prior to making any type of customizations or addressing any items there. Enhance ongoing support model. One of the things that we did, and we kind of took this from Blue Cross and Blue Shield, was I sent out a weekly reminder of did you know? So little key tip items that can help users kind of facilitate or kind of get more proficient with the tool itself. Using your in-house maybe e-learning modules to kind of facilitate that. So that is very key, and also that also keeps the end users engaged. Oh, governance, that's also me too. So the governance model. Okay, and so essentially what it is, so as your GRC solution starts to really get really popular within the organization, individuals get wind of the solution and they want in. But you also have the challenge that, okay, you have the departments or the stakeholders that really invested from the start and from the ground up. So the challenge there is to, okay, how do we control that? How do we kind of keep the solution as a true solution, and we're not necessarily customizing that? So what we decided to do was to have a governance committee and also a steering committee to kind of address those concerns, those items. So for example, if there are any changes that may involve customization or a change of list of values, et cetera, depending on the impact, we push this through our work group committee or our steering committee. So that's a way to kind of manage that. So as you have more departments within your organization that wants to utilize this tool, this is kind of your inner mechanism to kind of keep this tool as a source of truth.
And I'll add on top that really having Sean in the position of being the primary lead for just keeping track of everything that we need to do within our GRC solution is critical. You have to have a dedicated person at least, if not a dedicated staff, to manage the changes, the upgrades, the implementation. We have project managers that are on this project with us, but we've had at least 4 of them get pulled off of our project and put on another project. So then I got a new person that I have to train. So having that one person really is critical and key for your solution. Plus, then I have someone to pick on. So there's that. So we're going to close out with some best practice learnings of what we had, and then obviously we're going to open it up for some Q&A. What I would say from a best practice learning is really understanding, what you want out of the solution. Take time up front. Really, I just cannot emphasize that enough. We jumped into the pool with both feet and realized again we weren't ready, and it was us that wasn't ready. MetricStream was fine. They were ready to go and able to help out. We just weren't ready with our solution. So I just really would say take the time to focus on that up front. I would also say that, Sean alluded to the governance committee. You probably need to ask yourself some questions in that committee. So when there are changes that are being proposed by any number of business leaders, the question should be, what is the cost associated with this change? And essentially, what is the long-term impact of this change? Because changes do impact upgrades later on. I've heard, many people talk about out of the box and you want out of the box. Sometimes you can't do that, but you do need to understand what your changes are going to do, not only now, but later. Because you want to make sure that you're not building something so complicated that then you have to un-engineer it the next time. I think we talked mostly about, knowing your process, having dedicated staff, really knowing how you want to report information, and that's probably one of the other key factors is if you don't have a reporting guru related to your MetricStream things or GRC solution, whichever ones they may be, get one. I'm definitely a data nerd. I love Excel. I think pivot tables are the best thing since sliced bread, but I can't do all of that. I need a person to be able to help me with reporting all of this information out. I have all this great stuff in the system, and I want to make sure that I can tell everybody, here's all the great things that are happening, or hey, here's all the bad things that are happening, and we probably should do something about it. So having the right staff in place to help you lead it, to help you implement it, to help you drive it from a strategy perspective, and then to help you report out on it. Those would probably be my key learnings that we probably found out a little bit too late. Well, not having the implementation person, but my reporting person is probably the too late thing. So I would say plan for those things up front.
Okay, and then also something to add to that also is that it's very key to partner with the organization. We initially started down this path where we had an idea where we wanted to go with this solution, but I guess it really didn't hit home until we attended the summit last year, and then we kind of made that connection, and it was like, oh wow, we are going about this all wrong. So we were able to kind of salvage some of that, but that was really key there to connect with another organization to kind of figure out what worked for them, what were the best practices, and so forth. And also keep in mind that even though you're embarking along this journey, you're still going to have some pitfalls there. But the key challenge from that is to learn from it. I always like to say that don't reinvent the wheel. There's someone else that has embarked on a GRC journey that has encountered the same issues or kind of the stalemate that you have. So just really think that through and utilize that resource.
So now we'll open up for any questions that you may have. But before you ask a question, you have to say that you vote for me to be the best presentation by a customer. Just saying.
You have my vote, Margot.
I'm sorry?
You have my vote.
Okay, good.
One question that we have discussed that I wanted to kind of poll the group, and I know you've already talked to Michael, but does anybody else have some insight into how many requirements you're putting into the library, or if you're already a user? I know we don't have a huge crowd here. We already got your information. But, sir, are you already doing that? Oh, you were waiting. Okay. So nobody else has any insight into kind of putting requirements in? We'll find you and talk to you privately.
Well, we have one.
And get some. Do we have one back here? Oh, great.
Hi, Belle Smith from Johnson & Johnson. When you say requirements, are you talking about user requirements, or are you talking about, I'm looking to make sure we're aligned on the definition of what you mean by requirement.
Yeah, so within the library specifically, you can upload the CFRs or, just the regulations and how to decide which regulations to upload. So they list that in MetricStream as a requirement. That's the name.
Oh, okay. So we've done in the data library, we used a UCF and integrated with UCF, and we had picked out 36 different regulatory libraries to map to, but the matrix ended up being, and I can look it up and give you more specific, was at least the 2000 level, but I can give you more specifics. But I know we did the cross mapping for a lot of those across multiple regulatory guidances.
Okay.
So if you want some more specifics, I can certainly share specifics and look it up for you.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. I think okay.
Hi, how are you? Carl Paratori, Tough Sales Plan. First of all, thanks for sharing your story. I appreciate it, as it gives us a perspective who are also going through an implementation. My question was, you talked about the hierarchy and sort of the importance of getting that right on the outset. Any thoughts in terms of how you can make that nimble? So, you had talked that, we set it up this way because this is the way our leaders view the business. They like it by a program perspective. as opposed to a state perspective. Should they change their opinion on how they want to view the organization, is there any way in which you can set the hierarchy up so that you can move with them? Or do you have to recategorize everything?
Well, no. So this was actually a very good suggestion by another organization. Simplify your organization or the org structure so that it allows for growth. As we Margot discussed that. Okay, so we report by products. So trying to include that into the library was just, not the library, but the org structure was just horrendous. So initially, the first go at it for myself, I believe it was over 3,000 and something line items, which was just unfeasible. So the challenge was, okay, how do we kind of scale that down, which we scaled it down to just a two-level organization where we have, the top tier and then we have our departments. That allows for growth, but it is a challenge and it is a balancing act there. So to kind of subway that, we use the area of compliance and we actually made that a mandatory item within the library. So from creating an issue or any activity that you do within a GRC component, you have to select the area of compliance as a mandatory item. So you have to kind of be creative with that. But once again, like I said, it's a challenge to figure it out. Definitely use a partner organization to kind of talk that through and help them kind of guide you through that.
I would add that the solution is certainly flexible. So if we decide to discontinue an area of compliance, which is what we're using as our program names, I can turn it off at any time and I can add more. So the solution itself is very flexible. It's just how do you want to manage that information? And for us, we made some things mandatory for the purposes of forcing good reporting, because if you don't get that data in, then you can't report out on it. And so essentially, the tool itself is very flexible. You can add and change things whenever you want, essentially. You got to evaluate that downstream impact when you change it.
Does that help? Any other questions?
Hi, Mike Cover, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. So quick question. Since you've implemented as it relates to kind of data governance processes, what have you guys done to ensure that the data within the system is accurate, up to date with your business owners and the people that kind of own individual fields within each one of the libraries?
So as far as data governance goes, at this point, we have not gone through a solution to necessarily ensure that what gets entered is exactly accurate. That sounds horrible, but when people do key things in, you can probably look at your data and figure out fairly quickly, well, that looks funny, right? You have it tagged for Indiana and it's an Ohio thing. Like, I can tell that right away. So there are some things that that you can tell pretty quickly to fix those, but as far as any kind of process at this point to validate that data and then update it if I know it's wrong, we haven't implemented a process at this point.
Yeah, and kind of to tag on to that. So the way that we have the library kind of structured within CareSource, directors and above are library managers, so they can create the contents within the library. They own that object, so they're the responsible entity. So we try to keep it very high level who can actually enter and create things in the library.
And we're being notified that our time is up, so thank you everybody for joining us today. And if you have any questions for Sean or Margot or Surya or me afterwards, certainly feel free to grab us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GRC Journey panel will begin in 5 minutes.
So I think we're going to really, you can't tell. You actually need to have a little bit of an eye shade thing here in order to see what's going on in the universe. Welcome, everyone, to the GRC Journey panel. This will be a very open discussion from some of our GRC Journey Award winners from previous years, and someone who is new to the GRC Journey entirely, and our fast tracker here, Joseph Monks, whom you all remember from last evening, having won the Visionary Award and the GRC Journey Program Award from Market Access. Belle Smith, you've probably been introduced to in several panels during the GRC Summit. And Kim Woods, who has an application named after her now from USAA. Knowledge, information, and integrity, and innovation, and all the I words. And metrics. I'm Yo Delmar. I run the customer engagement programs at MetricStream, one of which is the GRC Journey program. And you probably, all of you who are customers, know our team from MetricStream special interest groups and community and the Champions program and so forth. So I'm very pleased to be here today with Johnson & Johnson, Market Access, USAA, and Juniper Networks, all at different stages of the journey and different kinds of organizations they are. Johnson & Johnson, highly distributed, federated. Market Access, really, fast-moving financial services, high-tech in a way.
Yep.
USAA, more centralized, of a wonderful long lineage and history. And Juniper Networks, 20 years old now. I remember when you first came out, and it was such a cool concept. And embarking on the GRC journey. Each of these companies is in a different stage along the journey as well. Some have been progressing for 4 or 5 years. Market Access just launched a year ago and is moving very quickly. And Juniper is in the early stages, having gone through all of the organizational
pre-work, really, in getting the stakeholders on board before they've started to move to adopt technology. So I think we're going to have a really good discussion here today. So I will be asking a few questions about what challenges each of these companies and executive sponsors of GRC programs have met over the last few years, and share best practices and give some pearls of wisdom and lessons learned. So please be keeping your questions in your back pockets, because we're going to be doing a little bit of Q&A at the end of this as well. So to begin, Belle Smith, introduce yourself for those of you who do not already know her.
Belle Smith. I actually have been the kind of the proactive pioneer in J&J, trying to spread the word that GRC is something that's interrelated. I have a lot of background in a lot of different organizations. I was a general manager, biochemist, auditor, so I kind of understand the business from a bunch of different sides. And one of the things is in this role is I've seen so many of the connection points that need to be made across the organization. We have great governance, we have great risk, and we have great compliance, but we haven't necessarily connected them all together. So my job is actually been trying to connect those dots and to bring all of the players, because we are a very decentralized organization, together to see the possibilities and then to try to deploy some of these things so they can start to see the business value of having the connection. So I'm that, if I was in a wagon train, I would be the scout.
Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph Monks at Market Access, the Chief Risk Officer there. Market Access is an electronic bond trading platform. And what that means is that banks and securities firms, hedge funds can trade bonds on this platform. So it provides liquidity as a type of exchange. So we are a technology and a financial services company. We're actually a licensed broker-dealer. I've been working in my career in securities and banking, and so when we developed our framework for market access, given that our customers, that we're a vendor to our customers and they have regulatory requirements, we made that framework against the OCC, Federal Reserve, in terms of our risk management framework, which is very important to us, and we'll discuss further detail in this conversation here. But we've developed this over the last 12 months or so using MetricStream as an enabler. It's good to be here and look forward to talking about it.
And Kim.
Kimberly Wood from USAA. We're a Texas-based financial service company servicing our military and their families. 92-year history, delivering banking, investments, insurance, and advice. And I am a manager of data and technology solutions for our Chief Risk Office. We've been on the journey for several years now, and it's definitely a journey. And we have a lot of lessons learned. My background is actually in information technology. I have data warehousing and business intelligence experience, and as my team will tell you, I am a steadfast champion for data integrity, data governance, and reporting. So Project Kim is centered around that, and without the data and without process, none of this works. So no matter what you endeavor to do, that will always be my mantra.
Joseph.
Joe Cooney, Juniper Networks. We're based in Sunnyvale, California, Silicon Valley. As Yo mentioned, we're 20 years old this year. And I think there are a lot of parallels to being a 20-year-old human, where we've gone through a period of time as an adolescent where we were somewhat immature about things, a little reckless, thought we knew everything, and now we're at an inflection point at the 20-year mark. We're ready to be a young adult, take some responsibility. We've got an ongoing FCPA investigation, so we operate all over the world. The SEC and the DOJ have been interested in that for a couple of years now. We have a new chief compliance officer, and it gives us a good chance to advance the conversation where up until this point, GRC hasn't even been on anyone's register, and still is a challenge in getting the right and setting the right vision. So we're very early in the process, but happy to be working with MetricStream to advance the vision.
So as many of you know, the GRC Journey program is all about setting up all of the people and process components of your GRC program, as well as the technology. So more focusing on the program itself, program management. So we have a GRC Journey Guidebook for Champions, which talks about how to build program strategy, program design, program implementation, quite apart from deploying the technology itself. So our special interest group is focusing those executive sponsors on together in a group where they share best practices. And we've got about 80 members now, I think, across MetricStream. And then International has just joined with another 25. So we're over 100 members in that special interest group, one of 16. But so we have a kind of common terminology in strategy, design, and implementation. But let me sort of unpack that a little bit by just asking questions around challenges. So from a GRC program strategy perspective, one of the things that we focus on is tying the strategic objectives of your company, your organization, to your GRC program. You've heard that as a repeated theme. So my question to the panelists is really how do you ensure that those goals are aligned with GRC, and how have you treated this really essential part of program initiation in each of your organizations?
So one of the things we did is they actually had invited Yo and part of the team in with some of our executive leadership team where they talked about the business goals and where these fit together. And I think the really big piece about that was trying to break it down into tactical steps that they could actually see how it's done. So it's not just this big esoteric thing, but it's actually something that's doable. And in doing those workshops, we were able to very much highlight top 7 priorities of things and the sequence in which they wanted to do them. And that background work has then enabled us over the last couple of years to work with that team separately, that they would prioritize the work that needed to be done in order to, again, J&J is 125,000 plus employees across 80 countries. So, to get a lot of people aligned takes, a lot of work and effort. So at that executive level was bringing that together. And so we've used that as input to lots of unrelated workshops, and then constantly every year as goals are updated, making sure that it ticks and ties back to where we're trying to get to. But it's that first step of how do you take that and build it into a pyramid as opposed to having this big lump of stuff that has to be done on the table.
You started 5 or 6 years ago, right,
Yeah.
with a strategic plan.
Right.
And then this last couple of years has been updating that.
Yes.
And refreshing it. So when you did the original strategic plan, was that more focused on technology or program, or was it balanced?
No, at the time it was a lot of, we had 2 things. We had technology focus, which is where we kind of said we want to build the platform extensible enough that other groups could come along. But from the business side, the business wasn't ready yet. They were still more in their individual domains. And so we had a loosely confederated group of people from the process side who had things that they individually wanted to do that happened to align. So the initial one wasn't so much a business, it was technology, it was definitely a strategy. From the business side, it was that gaining that alignment. And then as we went forward, we gained more and more strategic pieces. But there's a lot of people to educate and communicate to. I spend a lot of my time just connecting with new people who may come into a role and trying to make sure they see the bigger picture. Herding the cats, yes.
But you can hear that the focus there was on process streamlining and gaining efficiencies and taking out duplicated processes. That's what I was getting from that. Yeah. And Joseph, what was the driver for you at Market Access? How did you get the engagement of the board and the stakeholder communities?
Well, I think it's interesting because at Market Access, which is a growth company, it's been around for 15 years. It started as a management buyout out of J.P. Morgan. Before it became a public company, the controls were not as strong as they are today. Initially, it didn't have the same governance structure. After it became a public company, had SOX requirements, had a stronger governance structure, and we added members to our board that come from large banking and securities companies. And also, I joined the company, and I grew up in that background. we really wanted to have a framework of what are the key risks of the company, how does it compare to securities and banking, which is heavily regulated, and there are clients using this platform. And so from that, we did an enterprise risk management assessment, across the firm, talked to all the the key leaders at the company, department heads. What are the top risks of the company? What are the top risks in their areas? After we had all that information, we then risk mapped it into areas of likelihood and impact of the risks taking place, identified the top 5 risks at our company, and then from that, both strategically and tactically, we developed KRIs that then go up to those key operational risk categories, such as technology, operational risk, credit risk, settlements, various things like that, BCP, cybersecurity, all those types of things. And so it kind of snowballed from there. But we had a framework in place even before we embarked on a GRC tool. But having the tool now makes it so much more transparent, allows us to get through so much data, it allows us to connect the dots through the library, through issues management. It just makes it so much stronger. And it's all kind of coming together incrementally with the board and their expectations. And each time we do more and provide more to them, there's more projects that build onto it. So I would just say it's sort of evolutionary.
And it sounds like, I know that you've got your top 12 or 15 risks that you go to the board with every month.
Yep.
So it's very much a risk-driven engagement process for you?
That's true.
Yeah. And Kim?
So really,
it's all in a name, right?
Apparently so. Really two things for us. USA, we're very much a relationship company, and for our mission to deliver financial security to our members, the part of risk is to protect that mission and really driving that down to every single one of our employees to help them understand how they are part of that mission and making GRC part of their daily lives and helping them understand how they deliver on that. So the tools, the technology, the process, that's part of that. And technology is the enablement, but you have to have the people and the process in place to do that. And really, to Joseph's point, the whole part of the GRC mission and the technologies that makes it easier, it provides those data and insights that allow us to do that better, to really give the people the information that they need to look around the corner. And that's what we're here to do, is to help protect that mission ultimately. And when we began our journey several years ago, our former CEO, Joe Robles, he asked us to provide him a solution where his control partners all sang from the same songbook. He wanted an integrated vision. And so this is really delivering on that vision several years later, where we've even changed leadership. So it's important for that.
So that sounds like it's sort of a top-down cultural commitment from the executive to get that visibility into the performance of the company.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So another type of driver, it's very important to understand what is going to be the hook that the GRC program can ride with and get that alignment. And Joe, you've done some fabulous work the last 18 months, well before you even considered technology. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so over the time I've been at Juniper, I've sort of been an evangelist for GRC type of concepts. And being a technology company, unregulated, being a challenger in the marketplace, having a strategic bent that is focused on innovation, there's an allergy to process and to extra governance, and it's viewed as administrative burden. So in order to make it relevant, you've got to reframe and revision what you're trying to accomplish. And I use an analogy where I talk about, if you think about the organization being a car on a highway, and we're speeding towards our organizational objectives, what we want to do is make sure we've got the right guardrails in place to keep the car on the road. You know, a superhighway, you can go fast because you've got the right guardrails in place, and you can get to your strategic objectives because you're not spending time fixing car crashes or hitting speed bumps or running into trouble like that. So I use that as a kind of a use also the secret agent of change word. I use that as a way to align to strategy and get people on board with, okay, maybe a little governance is good and we can standardize and we can get a common vision because it will help us achieve our goals.
So it sounds to me, and we've had some discussions about this before, that you're really embedding the GRC processes in the strategic objectives of the company. Mm-hmm. So and it is a secret agent of change job. You're not really using the risk management word explicitly, but talking about opportunity, guardrails, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely.
So again, a different perspective, works for that culture, works for that organization. So our second question has to do with governance. And last year, those of you who joined in the summit know that Belle won the GRC Visionary Award. And she's well known for being able to connect the dots and herd the cats and do all these wonderful, and not only within J&J, but in our community and in the industry as a whole. So the real thing here is, from a governance perspective, what are the greatest challenges that you've experienced in getting the right stakeholders together so that they understand this? I mean, for many of us who have multiple initiatives spanning multiple years, this can be quite overwhelming at the outset, but.
Well, I think and you said it very well, it's taking it away from talking about risk, because again, risk is one of those concepts that's pretty foreign to people. But if you talk about what's in the way of keeping you from reaching where you want to go, what are the things that you need to do to make sure you don't go off the road, then you have a better chance. For me, from a governance perspective, it has been that uphill conversation of everyone to get them to see where it fits into their current thinking. So you have to kind of go to where people are. So if their primary goal is compliance, then you need to talk about the risk or what you're doing in terms that are important to them. And so the biggest thing I've had to do is to learn to flex the conversation to the person I'm talking to in the governance level to get them to see where it comes together, and that no, they're not different and they are really interconnected. So again, it's much better if you can have your top level executives that say, yeah, I get it, and I'm going to drive it down. I've had a kind of a different experience where I've gone through and had the education conversation up, and then I've had some great, like my chief audit executive is a great sponsor for everything we're doing, because he actually takes this and takes it into other conversations, with his other peers to have the conversation. But it's very much that, how do you bring this to very tactical level, because they don't want to talk theory, they want to talk tactics, and also in their language. That's been probably the biggest thing they've had to do.
One of the things that I've noticed about Belle is that she gives little elevator statements to all of her stakeholders. So she's kind of selling internally continuously, and people go to these conversations and other meetings armed with these bite-sized messages that really all come together to message out the core value of the program as it evolves. So that's also a skill. It's really an important skill. And Joseph, what have you done? I mean, you've been moving so quickly. I mean, 1 year, 4 apps, another 3 to go. I mean, he's just scooting. He's going down the super highway. He's going down the super highway.
It's been a fast journey, right? In a Corvette. But basically, from my point of view, the way it suits market access, because it is a growth company, they do things very fast. They've had great successes and so forth. And so the attention span of individuals is very short, and they're looking for, results and deliverables. So it's key for us to have a champion, which is really the risk group that's been that champion, to start this process, to develop, sort of a skeleton or framework, and then show them the value of it, and then get them more engaged with deliverables, which is things that benefit them, like you were mentioning earlier, so they can see, the use of it. And that's what we've been doing. So we're starting now on the sort of the second part is getting more engagement of what I call, KRI owners, risk owners, risk self-assessment, doing different things that they can benefit from in addition to what we're doing as a risk group. And that's really where we want to head to. And with the whole GRC, tool and platform and, all the different, knowledge base that's available to them, there's lots of different types of things that we can provide to sort of our clients, within our company, which we'll do. And so the value proposition is really key. And for us, having quick deliverables and tactical, this is what we did each month. This is what we can show you. Now we have dashboards, which are transparent, in terms of risk and areas of focus, which they have access to. I like the idea that we'll be on mobile applications soon, with M7. And this is the kind of mentality that we work with. It's a matter of competing attention. Who's going to get their attention first? And we're going to be right there. We're going to be in front of them. That's what we're doing.
One of the things that I notice about Joseph when he talks about what he needs from MetricStream and other parts of his GRC ecosystem is he's really focused from a government's perspective on getting the right information to the right governance body at the right time so that they can make those performance-enhancing decisions. So that's another key driver to keep in our back pocket. Mm-hmm. And Kim, what's the governance process at USAA? I mean, USAA has won awards for governance. I mean, really known as best in class in terms of governance processes. I remember going and talking to Carol the first time, and I said, one of the things that we do in GRC Journey is ask you to start thinking about what are the governance structures, what information do they need, at what cadence, and so on. And do you know what your governance bodies are across the organization and what they use to make decisions? And she just whipped it out this picture, and it was like this big, and it had them all, and she had all the information flows already documented. But not only documented because it wasn't an exercise. This is what she carries around with her and had been for years. I mean, living and breathing it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Being military-based, we enjoy a process. So I will say it's a rather robust library that we have. So, and we have some very talented process engineers in our team as well. And the governance is something that we knew we needed to establish up front in order to arrive at decision-making quickly. You don't want to marinate or become paralyzed by the analysis. It doesn't mean you won't revisit things. You have to be flexible in that. That's one of the lessons learned. I think another challenge that we've had to overcome is maintaining or sustaining momentum despite organizational change. I think it's very true that this is a journey. It's a continuous journey, though. You have to continually apply lessons learned, and these can have a long tail to them. So keeping people interested in what you're doing, constant change management with interest in communication all over a long period of time, and planning for that is crucial to the success. And we've had to get into a cadence and find our groove in that space, and we're looking to always become better at it. So.
Mm-hmm. And at Juniper, it's more of a push model. I view myself as being in almost a sales mode, where I'm identifying the key stakeholders, and as Bell mentioned, their needs, being able to tailor the message, do demand creation, if you will, for what I'm trying to do. And coming from internal audit, I sort of have a license to butt my nose into their business, and so I can apply a more of a horizontal or one Juniper enterprise view, as opposed to the more siloed functional view. Need to recognize, as Bell mentioned, that what's the problem they're trying to solve, but apply this enterprise view and recognize who are my champions, who are my blockers, and tailor the message there to get the action that I need, and look for some quick wins and some momentum, and build from there.
It's interesting. All three of you, 3 out of 4, have come from an internal audit background at some point in your careers. And not me either. but it is an advantage. You've got the enterprise view, and you've got the ability to discuss emerging risks. And it's actually the consultative advisory role is part baked in. Mm-hmm. So making the chief audit executive and the auditing team a partner in this organizational change and getting this is probably key stakeholder. Yeah. Okie dokie. So let's go to the second last question. The last question is the pearls of wisdom. So this is really the last. All about design and implementation. So from an execution perspective, once you've got your stakeholders together, you've got the program aligned to the strategic vision and imperatives of the company, how do you really get this going? What kind of challenges have you come up against? You know, we talk about what's common and what's federated. How do you get people together to talk about libraries and shared elements? What's foundational? How do you build that roadmap? How do you keep that going in this moving world where new stakeholders are being onboarded and changes of roles and new use cases that are very diverse? Talk to us about how you've been able to optimize those implementation challenges.
So one of the big things is you have to have, between the business and your IT partners, you have to have absolutely close pieces. So one of the big pieces there is making sure that there is alignment in the portfolio of things that the business needs to get done with what IT has in their portfolio. So that's huge, because otherwise you're always bumping heads about what's the priority and where it gets done. So that's a big one. The other big one is you cannot deny the fact of how important a good business analyst is. Having business analysts who actually understand the business, understand the MetricStream or any other technology, understand what it is you're trying to do, and can bring into a conversation, this is a key point, and here are options of how you could deal with that. And that role is essential. So if you can have that role consistent with good, IT partners, getting from the theoretical down to the actual, or where the rubber meets the road is really, really critical. Through all of that, you need to have again, attention spans are short. So you've got to constantly reinvest people in, what you're trying to do and making sure that what you're measuring and what you're actually delivering for both the business and IT side match. And so we've had times where that's gotten out of whack, and so you end up with, your butting heads against priorities. So keeping that alignment and that governance over that tactical piece of it is very, very important, and making sure that those visions are aligned.
And in J&J, your MetricStream implementation is on-premise, right? You're not in the cloud. So that partnership with IT is really foundational.
Partnership with IT and then the partnership with MetricStream. So it's a triumvirate that you have to manage. And one of the big questions is managing all of the handoff conversations. So when you think about any time you do a triangulated relationship, the need for communication is way increased. So you need to make sure that you have that. And if there isn't a common vision across those three groups, you end up with getting out of alignment. It's like your alignment on your car. Stuff just starts to fall off,
Good advice.
I think those are all very good points. And the way I would look at it is that you need to have a roadmap, a vision of what you want to achieve, where you're heading, and measure that, regularly in terms of, where you're at with that roadmap, what might need to change, and make sure that you fully engage, the business owners in this process, because it's important to have meaningful information, of course, that you're tracking, and we use it, as a part of our governance structure. So it's not something that, which I've seen other firms in my career, where they'll do an exercise like this, they'll have a lot of information in a tool, and they'll never really use it as a part of the regular process. Not the case for market access, because we are using it for our board meetings, for manager risk committee meetings. It's an integral part of how we do things in terms of risk management. And we engage, all the different owners, for KRIs in different areas. And like we talked about earlier, it does have a risk background, but it does also, impact, how successful we are in terms of profitability and different things that we do. So we're getting to KPIs as well. But as we build out the tool, we're also going to add additional information sources into the tool. And that'll be useful, in terms of like vendor risk management, onboarding, different processes that we do, and for IT security, in terms of, assessing our various critical vendors. And so it has both, certainly a risk point of view, but also a process and performance benefit, for the organization. But really engaging management into the tool. This is not just something that should just sit within a risk group of a few people. It should be an enterprise-wide tool. That's the benefit of it.
And you're making it more pervasive and moving it out to the business, yeah. And Kim, you've done some really interesting work, you and Annette, over the last year on libraries and bringing all those people together in implementation, and that's really been groundbreaking work. And Kim has presented at the MSIGs on this as well, and that's a lot about, you know, how does that roadmap, underneath the roadmap, how do you build those libraries out in the right sequence with the right governance and the right people making decisions on what can go in and what its formats are?
We've heard here from echoing the previous presentations, the critical upfront work that has to be done to establish that. Again, it starts with data, getting that right, and taking the time and not discounting the conversations that have to occur. Consensus building is expensive. It is time consuming, it's tedious, but it is worthwhile. It pays off in dividends for a long time going forward. And identifying the right people for the right conversations at the right time. So building your team up and having them dedicated to the project. And when you bring in MetricStream, when you bring in outside consultancy, having them truly be partners alongside of you and making them equally accountable for the success is very important. And that's what we do. We have them working on site right alongside us. And I think planning for not only the implementation, but the sustainment, the care and feeding of that is pivotal. And we've also dedicated time to the transition. So that means data, that means people, and understanding the true change saturation that they're dealing with, because this is not their only job. Our lines of defense, particularly our first line, they have day jobs, and this is not the only change that they have to deal with. So there is no best time to introduce a new process or a new system to them, but there is a better time. So understanding their testing cycles and understanding laws and regs that may be really impacting the bank versus our insurance company, and when we can integrate this into their world without truthfully, you know, just tearing it apart, and being cognizant of that is very, very important. So you have to talk, you have to have those conversations, and consensus building doesn't mean customization. It means, sometimes it means compromise, and having everyone understand what everyone else is doing is necessary.
So it sounds like you really are putting the time and effort into getting change management, organizational change management, that is, as well as data management, but also communications and continuous improvement embedded into that program. Absolutely. So that it's continuously, you know, you're driving out adoption throughout these different stakeholder groups. It's wonderful to see.
In order for everything to work, it is critical for that to be in place.
Yes. And I notice also over the last few years, as each new stakeholder team comes on, you're really reshaping them from a silo mentality to join the family, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I would just say one more thing is that related to what you just said, is that if you didn't have a tool, you would be doing this as well, but the tool helps to sort of formalize it, and to some extent, it sort of pushes this, you know, because there's aspects to it that you may have not thought about that you then do it because you're implementing this tool, which is useful.
Right, that's what we've, one thing that really resonated with one of our stakeholders in particular was, we said, if you're signing up for this particular technology, you're signing up for standardization and governance to a certain perspective. There's an accountability aspect to this that you need to do agnostic of technology. So we need to get there, and this is just going to get you there faster.
Right. And while we're relatively early in the process, because our governance processes have been relatively immature, we've adopted a best practices, don't customize kind of an approach so that we can learn from the tool and deploy rapidly, have something that's upgradable. And similarly, we've gone with a cloud deployment, which is very much in keeping with where we are as a business, where our IT architecture is why not cloud, everything on the cloud. We sell the equipment that powers the cloud, so it's core to who we are. So that's been helpful as well.
Excellent. So we're going to take these learnings and put them in an artifact and put them into the GRC Journey Guidebook for Champions, so they'll be available on the community for all of those of you who have access. And I'd like to just wrap up now because we have lunch soon, and ask each of our guests to share the one or two pieces of wisdom, the key things that they'd like to share based on their experience, each of them at a different stage in the journey. All first, 3 wonderful winners of our awards, and a newbie who's got the vision and as well, done a lot of work the last 18 months or so. So Belle, what would you like to share?
I guess one thing, if you're getting ready to start the journey, you better be passionate, because it takes as much energy to try to keep it moving. The one thing for sure is that what's happening in this space, whether you automate it or not, is going to occur anyway. Any companies that are going to survive into the future have to have the governance, risk, and compliance connected. And so it's a question of, do you do it proactively, or you do wait until you're acted upon? And I can tell you it's not going to change. So a lot of it is, if you have some people in your organization that can be passionate about it, that have cross-functional credibility, because a lot of it is based on, why do I want to talk to you? You have to develop that trust and credibility. And again, just go at it and know you do lead it or be acted on. You have 2 choices. There's not much in between.
And I would just say, from my perspective, have a roadmap, but also go for quick wins. Recognize, like you said, and I agree, it is a journey. It's always going to get better. The journey doesn't end. It just continues. But go for quick wins, deliverables. Understand what your audience wants. They like, generally speaking, graphics. They don't want to see a bunch of detailed data. They want to be able to see where are the key points that they have to focus on. Give them what they want, and do it with the way I did it, with individual modules, and then build on that. And this does facilitate that, this tool, and I think it works well.
I would say be willing to incorporate diverse perspectives into your journey. Always try to lean towards the configuration versus customization route. That will benefit you immensely. And strong information governance is the key to a environment with integrity. So always try to keep that paramount in your development.
Yeah, so one of the things that I found is never let a good crisis go to waste. And so if you can harness some energy around a particular incident or something that the company is reacting to, where you've already got board level passion and you've got CEO involvement and you can rally the troops, use that as an opportunity to think about, how could we have prevented this? What are the KRIs that could have let us know this is coming? And could a GRC program or a tool have helped in that? And so that would be my advice.
Thank you. We have about 5 minutes for questions from the audience. So we'll take anything that you want to hear a little bit more of. You can see that there's a shift from a few years ago. All of our program leaders here are talking about the value of the GRC program, not in only managing downside risk, but bringing out opportunities and changing culture, transforming the organization at many levels. So this is really secret agent of change work. It is really, it's all about transformation. It's all about people. And the technology is really an enabler. So do we have some questions? Yes.
Going fast and getting it deployed and actually immediately starting to show value to the organization.
Could you repeat the first part of the question as well? Sorry.
Yep. So how do you manage getting that fully aligned vision across all of the various functions and groups that could potentially use the tool one day? Mm-hmm. Getting their buy-in up front. I mean, for us, that could take us years, right. Especially at big companies. With the need to actually go fast and start actually showing value to the business, getting it deployed, and actually running with it. What's been kind of your experience there, kind of the trade-offs?
Yeah, from my perspective, I would say it's a good question. But from my perspective, you can likely identify some groups, some business heads who will adopt, the concept very quickly, and others that may not as much, as you just described. And from my perspective, I knew a framework I wanted to put in place, based on what I had seen in the industry with banking and securities. And that's the framework that we championed within the risk group with a small group of people. And then we brought that out, to the larger group in the management team. But I recognize initially, this may not be a good analogy, but the Wizard of Oz, kind of like I had to sort of get something going, something started, which I did. It's like for the first 3 months.
That's going to stick.
It was within the risk group for the first 3 months, and then we deployed a couple of these key modules: operational risks, SOX, issues management. And then we started to bring it out to the populace and show them, the graphics, how it all connects. And it's been, it's gone very well. It's been very much engaged. So there's some, risk reward here that you're taking, and you have to make some good choices. But I think as risk managers, you'll do that.
Bevan from DTCC.
Thank you. My main question had to do with resources. As you have or continue to go on your journeys, how did you structure your organizations in terms of developing or supporting the GRC? Did you have individuals who did this part-time or full-time in both managing or developing? I know, Belle, you talked about having business analysts, but further beyond that.
Sure. So we've been lucky in having a central IT group that has managed or helped manage all of the projects from the IT side. And then we have had, for individual things we're rolling out, like a SOX or issue management or audit, we've had subject matter experts and business analysts aligned with those individual processes. But consistent throughout that, what we've done is we have a governance team, which is a business and an IT partner from each one of the processes that we're trying to deploy that make up a cross-functional governance. So they're really governing the portfolio of work to be done. So that group, although we've had changes in that group, and obviously every time you have a change, you gotta go back and re-educate, but essentially the structure has been having business and IT from each one of the process ownership pieces, and then an oversight business and IT. So I'm the oversight business IT person, and then from an IT side, someone there who is responsible for the governance. And so what we have there is the governance is responsible for looking at the portfolio, the budget, and making sure we have those centralized resources managed. And the cost of those centralized resources is spread across those individual businesses that may own those processes. So we've got kind of a matrixed way to do it. And then what we had in the beginning, and it fell down and we need to get it done really quickly, is we had a stronger steering committee, which was very tightly aligned with the strategy. And we've had changes in that org, and so we're just reestablishing that. So we have the executive steering committee, which is tied to the strategy. And then from an execution perspective, the cross-functional governance with that shared core of people to manage the application itself, obviously with MetricStream being a key player in that the governance cross-functional piece for us.
And one of the learnings that you shared last year, or the year before, I forget, was hold on to your resources, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you need to have, every time you change the resources, because this is not an easy concept for people who've grown up in individual silos of the business. So once you get people who understand where you're trying to go, if you can hang on to those resources, because every time you change, you go back to zero and you have to start again. So there's huge cycle time lost when you lose those resources. So get some key resources, and if you can hang on to them, hang on to them.
To make it sustainable.
Yeah.
Right, and continually build your bench, right? Similarly, we have a dedicated development team in IT, but also maintenance resources, and they work alongside of each other so that they're not throwing it over the fence once they've built and developed, designed, developed, and implemented. Then on the business side, we have dedicated business managers, process engineers, and then for my part of it, it's reporting, analytics, and data. And then for our business partners in the lines of defense, dedicated points of contact so that we have our go-to people to answer questions. If they need to, farm out the information or the questions to other people, they can do that, and then they can come back with the information. It's just more efficient that way, and you can move you can be more agile. Yeah. It's taken us time to get there, but that's what's working for us now. We may have to change it, but that's where we are at this point, so be nimble.
Well, I want to thank our 4 guests. This has been very informative. I'm sure you've enjoyed it. And I encourage you to seek them out and ask more questions and seek others that are executive sponsors or program leaders in GRC Journey. There are many in the conference these last few days. Now it's time for lunch. So let's move into the next room and enjoy the rest of the day.
And thank you, Yo, for all of the journey documents.
Can't there.
We need to replace some of the teardrops in Liberty Ballroom, please. Hello.
It's right here.
We just need to check. Yep. We just need a quick refresh in Liberty.
Could use the pictures. Yep. Oh, wonderful. Okay.
They're coding at home to
Okay.
my Dropbox.
Okay.
They're coming here and I'm
All right. Okay. Is this okay? Should we? No, that's good. That's good. Just do a slight angle. No. Yeah. So I've already loaded this stuff in. So. It's all set. Even this? That's good. Okay.
What time are you guys starting then for here?
Now, in a bit.
Now,
In
a
about
bit?
2-3 minutes.
2-3 minutes? Okay.
Just starting now. So, is it for the refresh?
Yeah, we just wanted to.
No, I just a quick clear up of what's been used and you can. we don't
Yeah,
have
most
time.
of the things are
There's a lot
cleared
of
up, but
stuff.
like in the back.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll make sure that we take that.
Okay. Quickly though.
Am I on? Good afternoon, everyone. All right. I would have thought that after the opening day, you would have learned. I just can't. Let's try this one more time. Rewind, come back. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, that's what I expect from an audience. Thank you, thank you. All right, now that you've had a nice lunch and a chance to interact and converse, you guys are really in for a treat. It is indeed my pleasure, my honor, to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Mark Bertolini, and I have an introduction that I want to read, and I'm going to share a little bit of, about him that you may not know from what you might have read about him before. So Mark Bertolini is Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Aetna, a Fortune 100 diversified healthcare benefits company with over $60 billion in 2015 revenue. Mark assumed the role of CEO in 2010 and became chairman in 2011. Aetna serves an estimated 46.5 million people with information and resources to help them make better informed business decisions. Does that sound like GRC? Better informed business decisions about their healthcare and other operations around the world. In 2015, Mark was named one of the 100 most influential people in healthcare by Modern Healthcare for his efforts to promote measures to increase access, lower costs, and improve quality. He meets regularly with both policymakers and regulators to further these efforts and share Aetna's vision for a better healthcare system. He was also named one of 2015's Fortune 50 World's Greatest Leaders and a member of the 2015 Politico 50 for his leadership in corporate social responsibility. In addition to leading Aetna, Mark also serves on the board of directors for Mass Mutual Financial Group, and he's a colleague of mine on the board of directors for Verizon. Now, what you don't know about Mark is that he's actually into extreme sports. Now, we're sitting here talking about governance risk and compliance, ultimate risk. We're talking motorcycle riding, we're talking extreme skiing, we're talking about jumping from bridges, you name it, and Mark's willing to try it. So, with that said, I'd like to introduce Mark Bertolini.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. How are you doing? I never thought I'd find myself standing in front of a bunch of compliance, audit, government relations, but you know what? I actually have a very interesting conversation for you. So you'll see puppies and children, huh? What does that have to do with the work we're going to talk about today? Well, first of all, I'm a dog lover, and so the people that put together my speeches always have to have puppies and children on my first slide. I actually am raising a seeing eye dog puppy named Chloe, who will turn back over in another 8 months, and she'll go off to help somebody who is sight impaired. And so we always think it's cool to talk about dogs, but I'm going to make a premise. We're going to have a conversation this afternoon about unconditional love and trust. What? Right? But what does that have to do with the work you all do? Well, I think there's a different way to work with regulation and compliance. And the thing about trust is, how do you get trust? You give it. You have to give trust in order to get it. You have to put yourself out there in order to get it to return. The same thing with love. Unconditional love is you give it and it comes back. And there's nothing more unconditional about a child and a puppy. Right? It's pure unconditional love right there on the screen. So the healthcare environment's changing dramatically. I was in the business in 1983 when I graduated from Cornell, and four friends of mine and I started a company called Select Care in Detroit. And back then, the big indemnity insurance companies controlled 97% of the market, all the political and regulatory capital, and all the financial capital. And my friends told me we were nuts, because I had an opportunity to go to Wall Street And I'm not a Wall Street kind of guy. I came out of the plants in Detroit and got lucky enough to be able to go to graduate school. And so I wanted to go do something that had a little bit more mission-oriented to it, and that was HMOs. Back in those days, HMOs were actually mission-oriented. They were not-for-profit, federally qualified HMOs. And when we started our company, we changed everything. In 10 years, all of the big indemnity companies, with the exception of Aetna, were out of the health insurance business. Well, this moment feels like that moment all over again with the amount of change we're seeing. So you can see up here all these different players in the marketplace are trying to find a way to solve for the healthcare dilemma in the United States. And what is that? Well, 75% of the next $10 trillion of debt in the United States will be associated with Medicare and Medicaid. So if you can fix healthcare, you actually save the nation's economy. And if you go to countries around the world, and last year Aetna paid for healthcare in every country in the world, every country is struggling with the budgetary issues associated with paying for healthcare. It's crowding out all the other issues. So all these players are engaged in a marketplace that is now getting more and more federal oversight. And I'll talk in a moment about why that is. But health insurance is regulated by every state. And in every state, the insurance laws are different. And in every state, the benefit plans are different. So if you have to work across state lines, you've got to have a huge government relations department, which is what we have. We have to deal with 50 different regulators. And now we have the federal government as the 51st regulator. And when we complete our Humana acquisition, a $37 billion acquisition that we signed back in July of last year, we'll be a $125 billion company with more than 60% of our revenue from the federal government. So are they regulator? Or are they our largest customer? So that's a hint to where we're headed here. So here is what the federal legislation amounted to. This is the ACA regulatory pile. It's 20,000 pages and counting. There are more regulations that come out every week. But I thought this was a vivid illustration. The bill was 2,700 pages. And I remember Nancy Pelosi was asked if she read it, and she said, we'll do that after we pass it. How many people do you think have read 20,000 pages of regulation? I actually have people who have. They spend their time doing it. Because we have a team inside of Aetna, almost 200 people, that make sure we're compliant with the law, but also to find the pony in all of that stuff. And so when they put in minimum loss ratios for our industry, where we had to pay so much of it every dollar for healthcare, I said to the actuaries, how do we make this work? How are we compliant? How do we make it work? And 200 actuaries sitting together said, let's create a risk-based market with the minimum MLR as the clearing price in an options market about healthcare risk. So we've actually created a marketplace. We now sell our excess insurance to the reinsurance market called Vitality, and we sell off our risk into the excess marketplace. So there are ways to find an opportunity when somebody drops 20,000 pages of regulation on you. But here's my favorite slide. This is the consumer's experience in healthcare. We've all felt it. My son had T-cell gamma delta lymphoma. I lived with him in his hospital room for a year and a half while we fought his cancer. He's the only one to ever survive it. This is a rat in a maze. This is how it feels. For any of you who have had any severe injuries, I broke my neck 4 years later. And what this system does is it waits for you to come to it, and it treats your problem relative to its work. So it's not about you, it's about the broken neck, the cancer, the knee, the hip, the heart, the lung. It's not about the person. And the whole regulatory experience is pretty much the same way. Every one of these aspects of the healthcare system are regulated by different people with different laws and different expectations. And if you look at the economics of the system, doctors work on a cash basis. If there's cash in the bank, I'm doing good. Hospitals work on a revenue basis. As long as the revenue comes in, I'll be able to pay my bills. And pharmaceuticals, device players, and people like us in the insurance industry work on a margin basis. So with 3 different economic models in an industry, how well do you think the incentives are aligned to come with a positive outcome? So I would argue that the positive outcome shouldn't be fixing the knee, fixing the hip, fixing the heart, fixing the cancer, fixing the neck. It should really be that productive individuals, healthy individuals are productive. Productive individuals are economically, socially, spiritually viable. And viable people are happy. And if we had happier people, we wouldn't be experiencing the kind of dialogue we're seeing in our presidential debates and the election going on. They actually talked about issues instead of attacking each other, which is the common way to deal with things, right? If you don't like something, attack it. My son at the age of 12 came home with a sickle and a hammer hanging off of his backpack at the age of 12. And I said, "What's this?" And he goes, "I'm going to be a communist." I said to him, "Great, every 12-year-old should want to be a communist." Right? Idealism. So I said, "Here's a little red book written by a guy named Mao. Read it. Let's have a book study class, and we'll talk about it." 3 months later, the hammer and sickle's gone. I said, "What happened?" He says, "I read that book. I'm not going to do that." So we as an obligation in our society must understand other people's points of view. Because if we don't, we are showing our ignorance by dismissing it. I have Buddhist monks that come and spend time with me every once in a while, Tibetan monks, and the way they debate is they believe that on both sides of an issue, both parties are wrong. And through dialogue, they eliminate the untruths. And when they come to a common level of understanding that they can both believe in, then they build from there to create a solution. Unfortunately, our political dialogue and a lot of our business dialogues don't go that way. So here's the problem with regulation in some ways. We regulate one thing in order to address another. This is the healthcare problem around the world. This is a chart that shows the percentage of GDP spent on healthcare, it's the blue part, and the percentage of GDP spent on social programs, social determinants, the green part. And you'll notice that the United States is not anywhere near the top. And actually this number, this is now 9, it's now down to 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this is it, this is the 11, no, this is 10. We're now down to 11. And when you add the two together, we're 11th. And when you look at the split between healthcare and social determinants, we spend far more than anybody else, other than our friends in Mexico and Korea. And so if everybody's pretty much the same in total, what's wrong with our programs here? Well, number one, we've always had a very wealthy middle class. So our middle class always paid for their own social determinants. Maslow's hierarchy of need, remember that? Food, safety, shelter, water. So that was always taken care of by a wealthy middle class. But now that our economy, with the Great Recession, has emptied the middle class in a lot of ways, we now have these social determinants showing up. 3 months ago, a study was released that shows the highest and fastest raising rate of mortality in the United States is among middle class, middle-aged, white males, through drug abuse, alcohol abuse, and suicide. Opiates, right? It took a bunch of middle class, middle-aged, white males to die to make the opiate issue a big issue. And what is it? It's the loss of hope. It's a loss of will I ever make it again? Will I ever get back to where I was before? Will I do better than my parents did? So what we do is we regulate when we don't really address the underlying issue, which is making the investments in social determinants of health by providing people with food, shelter, water, safety. So Albert Einstein said we cannot solve our problems with the same thing we used when we created them. And so we have to be disruptive. So while I do engage in risky personal behaviors, which resulted in my broken neck, the loss of the use of most of my left arm, I do also push the organization a little bit. And so CEOs' roles are to be unrealistically expectant, yet patiently tolerant of progress. To pull organizations further than they can go, to stand out in the future and coax the organization to where we think it's going to be, and to paint a stark reality of what the future holds. So in evolving our business model, we can no longer be a health insurance company. I'm a Detroit boy. I worked in the plants. I used to do rear axle differential housing assembly on the Mercury Bobcat. It's that round thing in the back of the middle axle for people that used to remember rear-wheel drive cars. And I used to put that together. And I went back to school because I wanted to become a union steward because I was tired of getting bossed around by a guy from the union who had no dirt on him, no earmuffs on, and walked around with a tie. And I said, how do I get your job? He said, you got to get a degree. So I went back to school to get a degree so I could become a union steward. How many people go to GMAC to buy a car? 0. GMAC is the financing arm. Insurance companies are the financing arm of healthcare. We don't provide healthcare, we finance it. How many people go to GM to buy a car? Nobody. GM makes them, right? You can't drive up to GM and say, I want to buy a car from you. Where do you go? You go to a local dealership in your community. And so when we buy a product on the basis of what it will do for us. When we buy a car, what are its attributes? What color do we want it to be? Where do we want it to go? How fast do we want it to go? What kind of sound do we want it to make? What do we want inside of it? And then we talk about how do I want to finance it? But in healthcare, we talk about how to buy the financing, and then we tell people what the product's going to be. Is there a wonder why it doesn't work? So instead of being a health insurance company, we need to be a healthcare company. Instead of the end user being an employer, it needs to be the employee or the consumer themselves. And instead of managing risk, we need to manage health. So what would it be like if you walked into a storefront in your community, let's say a CVS or a Walgreens, and you walked in and you said, I want to be assessed for where my health status is, and I want to talk to you about what my ambitions are. I want to see my daughter graduate from college. I want to watch my grandchildren get married. I want to see my 70th wedding anniversary. I want to climb Mount Kilimanjaro. And if we could have that conversation, then we could say, based on your current status of health and what your ambitions are for your health, your life, we'll design a set of benefits and a way to pay for it where we take care of you for life. Would that be a better experience for you than buying an insurance policy, wait till you're broken, then go somewhere to get fixed? And what if that journey was your journey, a curated experience that you put together yourself? And when you see somebody in the healthcare system, they have to join your journey instead of you going on theirs, based on what they think is right because your knee is broken or your lung doesn't work. So the regulatory model's got to change too. Instead of standardized products, there needs to be product flexibility. Instead of the end user being part of just a large population and playing to the middle, we need to have people experience their own journey. And the capabilities are there today. You do it in almost every other industry. And instead of regulating a sector, we need to make sure it's safe for consumers. It has to be about them. So back to this issue. This journey needs to be about actually paying for social determinants. We had a lady in our program that had 405 ER visits in a year. Now, I'm sure you're doing the math. That means more than once a day. She's 78 years old, cost $2.7 million. We kept treating her asthma. It seemed to be unstable. So you send somebody to the house, and you say, what's going on here? And she kept her thermostat at 60. She wore sweaters. She liked Angora. Her friends made her Angora sweaters. She was allergic to Angora. Social determinant. How many more ER visits were going to help her? None. So the journey we need to go on is we need to start at the home where everybody engages in health. If you quit smoking and everybody in your house smokes when you go home, how long do you think you'll quit smoking? Or if you go home and K-Fry-C's on the table because somebody got home late from work and stopped by K-Fry-C to get it, for those of you that saw the movie Killer Joe, what are you going to eat? You going to have that salad? And so this whole idea of paying for social determinants is part of the journey of providing those basic needs is actually cheaper than having the person show up to the emergency room. So what we're building and what we already do in our Medicare populations is we go in the home, do a health assessment, and then we walk around the house and say, what's the thermostat set at? Is there food in the refrigerator? Do they have loose rugs on the floor? Do they need a ramp in front of the house? Do they need an Uber ride to the senior center once a week because they're lonely? And then we pay for them. Because it's cheaper for us to pay for that than have them show up in the healthcare system. That's how expensive it's become. On congestive heart failure patients, most expensive admission we have, we sent people home with a scale and pills. We said, we don't want you to do anything other than eat these in the morning and stand on that. You don't need to record anything, you don't need to call anybody, you don't need to do any math. We'll watch you. The scale had Bluetooth technology in it. And when their weight went out of tolerance, we sent somebody to the house who made sure they were taking their meds. If they were taking their meds properly, we called the doctor to update them. We rolled up all the loose rugs in the house on our way out the door because people shuffle when they walk when they have water weight. And we reduced congestive heart failure readmissions by 49% at $100,000 apiece, just by going to the home. Now we're working with Medtronic because pacemaker readings can tell us vessel impedance. So we can actually see the water weight begin before it shows up in the patient because the vessel impedance slows down, or increases. So this idea of social determinants is incredibly important. So what if we had a healthcare system that said the best place to provide care is in your home, writ large, and the best people to provide that care are friends, families, and neighbors, and that if you have to go to a hospital or you have to go to a doctor, we've failed you in keeping you healthy. We've abandoned you on your journey. And what would that system look like? Back at the turn of the century in the 1900s, the richest man in oil was J.D. Rockefeller. How many oil wells did J.D. Rockefeller own? 0. He thought they were incredibly speculative to drill holes in the ground looking for oil. But he owned all the logistics. He moved it around. He had the rail cars. He had the pipes. He made J.P. Morgan standardize the gauge of his rails because he said, if you want my oil in Florida, the Southeast rail system has to be the same gauge as it is here in the Northeast. Big war between J.P. Morgan and J.D. Rockefeller. So logistics is what makes this work. How many people have heard of TaskRabbit? Right? What if we had TaskRabbit for healthcare? And instead of working for the man, I always swore I'd never work for the man, but now I am the man. Well, let's say you work for the man, you don't want to work for the man, and you want to work for yourself, and you sign up during the day and you say, I'm a nurse or a care practitioner in my community. Who in my neighborhood needs to see me today? Here are my hours of availability, here's what I can do. And you walk around the corner and you see a neighbor and you help them and you get paid for it. And you can buy your benefits online through a private exchange, and the nature of work changes. We've always talked about we shouldn't have to work so hard. You wouldn't when you're in your own community taking care of each other. Go all the way back to the mid-1800s when we grew our own stuff, made our own stuff, took care of each other in community where people didn't fall through the cracks. So this idea is about reestablishing community, starting with the home, starting with a gig economy about providing that care, and making sure we keep as few people out of the old healthcare system of the future. So how do you do that with your employees? Well, you have to create an environment of trust, and you have to give trust before you get it. And so we're about to have 110,000 employees come the second half of the year, and those 110,000 employees need to all work. And so in insurance companies, we have rules. These are the rules, here's how you do it. We have actuarial formulas that have been around for 165 years. That's how old we are as a company. We have actuaries, I think, that have been around for 165 years. And so what do we do about changing the rules? We have to trust people. So our first experience every year is on January 1st at 12:01 a.m. is our first opportunity to disappoint a customer. Their eligibility is not right. They show up at a pharmacy to get a script filled. We say your eligibility is not right. Your employer didn't do it right. You didn't do it right. We didn't do it right. We don't care. You're not on the system. You can't have it. So I said to the team, what do you think? Now, unless a person shows up with glitter on their face looking for 200 OxyContin, chances are people aren't looking for drugs to go to a rave. And if it's a mother of three who's left a party and changed and come to the end looking for antibiotics for $4, why don't we just say yes? Why don't we believe them? Why don't we trust them? Well, in order for us to trust them, for us to trust the customer, we have to trust the employee. So as we put our organizations together here in the second half of the year, we're going to change all of our management processes to create a self-governance trust model. And that's incredibly important with compliance. Trust and verify. Have the systems in place where you can see that the trust you've engendered in your employee population is actually coming back to you in verification. Because there's nothing worse than getting a call from a regulator saying, I'm going to put you in sanction, or you're going to get the death penalty because your people weren't doing what you thought they were going to do. So this whole idea of building a trust model is what millennials want. They have these tools. I had to give mine away before I came up here. But they have these tools. And what that tool has done is give them the freedom from the corporation's view of what the world really is. Because in the corporation, we used to be able to communicate to our employees and tell them what the world was. Here's what our industry's about. Here's what's happening. But now they have these crazy little devices and social media. My daughter does editorial content for Gawker Media. And in that phone, they are free from our version of the truth. But when they're in our company, we don't give them freedom from our rules. And so millennials don't want to work in that environment. They hate it. They want to exercise their freedom in the workplace. And so I don't think we have a talent problem in organizations. I think we've locked it up with rules. What we have to do is we have to trust the people that we work with to unlock the talent to get them to do the right thing for our customer. And I think the same thing works with our largest customer, who's our regulator. When we went into sanctions 7 years ago, I said to the team, we're going to become a really valued vendor for our customer. And today we're the largest vendor for the public exchanges. We provide meaningful data and feedback to the federal government about what's going on. I spend time, all the layers in our organizations are connected. So I'm connected to Secretary Burwell in the White House. We have people connected at all layers within CMS, which is our major regulator, and HHS. And those people connect and talk, and our story is consistent, and we're always bringing valuable information and ideas to change or make things better. And so this idea of the government as our customer first, bringing them solutions, building a trusting relationship by trusting they will do the right thing with what we offer them, is the best way, from my perspective, to make it work in the future. Because we need a public-private partnership if we're going to solve this social determinant problem. It's not going to happen without them, and it won't happen without us either. So all of that leads to a very different set of regulations, a very different set of customers, and a different way of thinking about how healthcare works. And it's about you. It's a self-curated experience that you define your journey, and you have a public-private partnership making sure that the financing is available to make that happen for you. So thank you. This is our mission as an organization, building a healthier world. And I'll now ask Shelley to come on up and we can have a chat and Q&A. I'm from Detroit, so there are no bad questions and I can't be insulted or intimidated. So.
Great. All right. Well, Mark, that was fabulous.
Thank you.
I know some people were trying to catch just about every point you were making and failed miserably. But just so everybody knows, YouTube. Right? Right, French? This is available so people can watch it again if they missed anything. All right. Let me just set the stage a little bit here, right? Our theme for the conference is leading with GRC. So I'm going to take us back to governance, risk, and compliance and say, how is that really affecting Aetna's business? You talked about the future,
Right.
but right now you're in the today, which was that pile of paper, 20,000 pages. So how is that affecting the business and your overall operations?
I think when, in the past, 7 years ago, you would have seen a compliance department that looked like our internal audit department playing gotcha with the business. Because the government wasn't as big a piece of business for us, and it was about see what we found about you. But now what we have is a relationship where the business and compliance and audit and government relations is all working together to find better solutions on how to move the business forward. Because our largest customer is the government. And we can't view them as a regulator, we have to view them as a valued partner in making a better solution. They're imperfect, we're imperfect, Tibetan monks. If we can find the commonality of truth between us, where we can work for a solution up from that commonality, then we're in a better place.
Okay, no, that's good. And I'm sure that's music to the ears of a lot of people here in the audience. Let me touch on what's in the news. So obviously people are aware that Aetna's in the process of trying to acquire Humana for $37 billion.
Yep.
I know you can't talk about closing and all that, but
Right.
it would be interesting to the audience, I think, to understand what was behind that merger. I mean, this isn't the idea behind the merger, because this is an enormous undertaking, not
Yes.
for the faint of heart. So what was driving that when you think about your vision for the future?
So mergers are not about getting bigger. Mergers are about common strategies. So the very first thing that Bruce Broussard, their CEO, and I came together about was, what is the strategy? And it was amazing. My team gives me talking points whenever I talk to other CEOs, just in case I can't think for myself. And Bruce had his talking points because he can't think for himself. And when he started talking about his talking points and I started talking about my talking points, they're the same. We said, oh my God. You know, like a couple of Valley girls. Oh my God. So we're in the same place. And so it was very obvious that we believed in this concept of creating a healthier world, investing in health and actually getting a return for it by taking risk around making health better. And they're predominantly in Medicare, we're predominantly in commercial, so the opportunity to bring the companies together to have a diversified portfolio of products allowed us to ultimately take the financing vehicle, which is Medicaid, Medicare, commercial, employer, individual, and move that behind the scenes and say, if you're 57 years old and you have congestive heart failure, you're going to get treated the same regardless. It doesn't matter who your payer is. We're going to build a program that works for you. And so that idea of bringing the companies together complementary-wise was good. The second part is the most important thing is culture. So culture trumps strategy every time. In 1996, Aetna bought U.S. Healthcare. It almost destroyed our company. It was an $8 billion acquisition, a big deal back then. We wrote most of it off 4 years later because their culture was completely different than ours. And it took us from number one in share and quality down to the bottom of the heap. We were losing $1 million a day when I joined the company because of a failed acquisition. So when we got the teams together, it was another oh my God moment when everybody was talking the same way about the business and had the same excitement about what we were doing. I said, okay, what's the cultures look like? And Humana had actually done a culture study of the potential acquirers of their company. And the other two acquirers were kind of off the map. We were right on top of them from the standpoint of how we thought about the business. So culture fit, strategy fit. Then you go into the storming phase of how do you pay for it, right? And that's never a friendly phase. And so we went through storming for about 2 months. And then, on July 3rd at 1:05 a.m., I inked the merger agreement and off we went through the regulatory approval process, which is really about what do you intend to do with this organization? Is it anti-competitive? And the view is that it's not because they're complementary and we overlap in very few markets. But more importantly, one of the big problems for seniors, particularly all of us getting older as we approach retirement, 11,000 baby boomers a day are retiring now, is that we want to be mobile. We want to go places, we want to see family, And Medicare Advantage is not a mobile product because it's local market oriented. Between Humana and Aetna, we will cover 92% of the Medicare eligible population in the United States, and we'll be able to create a nationally portable Medicare Advantage product, which will be a real positive for seniors, because Medicare Advantage will cost anywhere from $3,500 to $4,000 for everything soup to nuts, zero premium.
Say that again. I don't.
$3,500 to
Did you guys hear that?
$4,000 a month, zero premium out of pocket from you as the retiree. If you buy Medicare A, B, which is the traditional Medicare, pay for your supplemental coverage, and then buy Part D for your pharmacy, it's up to $6,900. But most seniors pick the federal program because they want to be mobile. They don't want to be locked into a local community, into a local product. So 68% of even today's retiring population picks the federal product at more than $3,000 more a month.
Wow.
So the opportunity is we can save money, we can reduce costs, we can generate a return on the asset. We can borrow. We're going to borrow at 2.7%, $16.2 billion to do the acquisition. So at that kind of money, you'd have to really screw it up to not make it work.
Okay, so you talked about the opportunity. As this audience knows, I like to say that opportunity and risk are two sides of the same coin.
Right.
So now that you're getting ready to almost double in size and become a $120+ billion business, what are the risks that you're concerned about?
So we have a lot of people that have done, when I took over in late 2010, we were a $32 billion company. We're about to be a $125 billion company. So what kind of leadership do you need? What kind of management processes do you need? How do you run the organization day in and day out? And so where we had some functions centralized in 2010, like IT, you now have to distribute them among divisions, which are going to be larger than the company we started with 6 years ago. And when you do that and you start unplugging wires, something is always going to fall through the cracks. And so the vigilance, I always say the price for success is eternal vigilance. The vigilance required to make sure that what you unplug doesn't create unintended consequences is going to be really difficult. So from a compliance standpoint, that's a big risk for us. So we will take the federal programs and integrate them last. Because we don't want to disturb them in flight, because they're both compliant, they're both highly rated, they both have 85% plus approval rating from seniors. They like it, so my starting point is always do no harm. But there are other parts of the business, like the exchange business, like the commercial business, that we can bring together earlier.
Okay. So now that you talked about the risks, from a culture standpoint, Mark, how does it work at Aetna? Meaning, how transparent are you about risks? Do employees understand what they are? How do you think about risk from an intelligence standpoint and distributing? What's your philosophy there?
We have a number of vehicles. So we have our own internal social media platform called Jive that we communicate on. Every employee goes through business compliance training every year. So it's an online program that takes too long, I would argue, but I have to trust the people that run it to say that it's appropriate, around business conduct and integrity, that every employee has to take and pass and sign that they understand it. We have enforcement mechanisms that make public displays of people who don't.
Right.
And we publish that on our internal blog. I am very visible about it with my leadership team. When I go out to site visits, I hold town halls, I hold meetings with frontline managers, with managers of the site, and then I go cubicle to cubicle and talk to people about what's bothering them, what's going on, shake their hand, thank them for their work. I always think that CEOs that can get away with undercover boss probably ought to be fired by their boards. Because you shouldn't, what are you doing if you're not in front of your people? They don't know who you are, really? I think there's an opportunity to understand what's going on, and I've learned some things. That's how we raised our minimum wage to $16 an hour and wiped out-of-pocket costs for people under 300% of the federal poverty level. Was when I went to employees' cubicles, they were saying, I can't make ends meet. My family's on food stamps. I can't afford our health care. My kids are on Medicaid. And hearing that caused me to ask questions inside the organization, because there's a creeping dumbness when you become a CEO of a big company. Yes. That happens around you. And so that idea. And then we actually have in our reward mechanism a 10% demerit for any organization that has bad internal audit reports or bad compliance results, and that is graded by the compliance department to me personally every year at the end of the year, and I will take 10% out of their total compensation pool if they have not been playing fair. And if it's really bad, I fire the people, personally.
Well, that's putting your money where your mouth is. I'm sure you all would agree with that. Okay, I'm going to pause, actually, so start thinking about questions you want, because Mark has such an interesting background, philosophy, and perspective. I want to give the audience a chance to ask questions. But before I do that, so people with the mics, please, okay, good. People with mics are right there. But Mark, one of the things that you do that I find very interesting is you actually pay employees to sleep.
I do. So sleep is a very important thing. If you are not sleeping well at night, you're sleeping now. So I've been looking for people who've been sleeping in the audience. Yes. Sleep's an incredibly important thing, and if you are not present in the moment, aware, your meetings will go longer, your decisions will be poorer. And so for our employees, if they sleep 7 hours a night for 20 nights in a row, and we have them wear a Fitbit or some device that tracks it, we have to trust that they're not putting it on the cat. We pay them $25 a night for sleeping, and people are more aware. And if you can get people to do it 20 nights in a row, then they'll keep doing it. Because the difference, and if you just try it for 20 nights in a row, you'll be amazed at the difference. Try to get bed at 10, you can get up at 5. The most important time is between 10 and 2. Get blue light between 7 and 9, and you'll be amazed at your change in attitude and your view on life and your productivity. It'll be amazing for you. And if you can do it 20 nights in a row, you'll keep doing it. So that's how I do it, and that's what I have my team focused on, because we use yogic principles inside the company. We don't call it yoga, but it's present in the moment, higher consideration for people than tasks, delivering bad news early and personally, and always assuming positive intent in what everybody does. And if you don't see that positive intent, the requirement is that you need to find out what that person's trying to teach you that you don't yet understand. So those principles work well inside our organization. It's changed our culture. And culture is always an evolving thing, right? It never stops. And when you bring more people in, the culture changes again. So it's not something you can get to a static point and say, okay, everybody freeze. We're always going to behave this way. You have to sort of constantly monitor it and preach. There's evangelism, talking to the troops, and then there's the apostasy, which is you tell everybody and hope it gets down to the front lines.
All right. So with that said, let me open it up. Are there questions? Just raise your hand, and they'll come to you with the. Actually, stand up. If you have a question, stand up and raise your hand so we can see you. All right, one off to the side. There's a second microphone. You see the next person? Perfect.
Great, thank you. So, Mark, you've lived your life in this highly regulated industry, right? But have you ever wondered, what if you weren't so regulated?
I don't know. I mean, it's sort of like when you're going through hell, just keep going. Winston Churchill said that. There's also a country song around that. But I think the idea of, I think the regulation, here's my view on it. Regulation and things like intellectual property sometimes make you lazy. Right? So when we go to China, we have projects in China. We go to China and my people complain about, we're going to get it stolen from us. I say, you know what? You got two things. First of all, version for China. Right? Don't take our best stuff. And number two, if we keep innovating against it, they can never catch up. And so I think to some degrees, intellectual property protections in the United States make us lazy. Because with the pace of innovation should be that we're continually improving whatever we have. If we do that, nobody can ever catch up to where we are. And I think regulations sometimes make you lazy. Well, the regulators told me I have to do it. We have a regulatory capital budget every year. I'm going, okay, where do we need to be an A student and where do we need to be a C student? Right? And what are the regulations? Do we need to automate the form for $4 million or can we actually print it? And have people fill it out. And so I think those are the kinds of things you need to pay attention to, but I can't imagine being in a I don't know, are there any completely unregulated industries anymore? I think a lot of people are kind of regulated these days, particularly in this environment. It's not great to be a business CEO these days. Yes?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shanti, and I work with MetricStream. Thank you very much for a very inspirational and informative speech on healthcare and much, much more. I feel very comforted and proud to be an Aetna Healthcare member. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So,
you know who to call now if you have a problem. You can tweet me at @MTBERT.
There you go.
Thank you.
I have Twitter reps that work with me.
I read that you're inspired by Hindu teachings. I wanted to know if that influenced your leadership as a CEO, and if so, how? Two ways. One way is that it makes me a better person coming into the workplace every day, and I think leaders need to bring their best selves to work every day. And so my practice, which I do every morning for an hour and a half, is asana, pranayama, Vedic chanting, meditation, and all of that is meant to get me ready for what's going to be a very chaotic day. Because when people show up in my office at 4:30 on a Friday, that's not a good. There's nothing ever good comes out of that. It's usually a compliance problem or a regulatory problem. And so being ready for that is very important. So bringing my best self to work every day has been very important. And then sharing some of the positive things about practice to people around me and giving them an opportunity to experience the same thing, not necessarily in a spiritual way. And, I've been through the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita and the Pratibhijna Hridayam and all those scripts, and I'm very committed to that sort of lifestyle. But, I can't expect people to get there, and they would kind of get freaked out if I asked them to be. But I can give them some basic principles, right, around the yamas and niyamas, right, and how we should treat each other and ourselves, and to talk about better ways to work together. And I think when we do that, so we've had 16,000 of our employees go through yoga and mindfulness. We have reduced their stress levels. We have reduced their healthcare costs. People in the highest quintile of stress, we're spending $2,500 more a year in healthcare costs, year over year. And so if we could reduce their stress level, we measure that with heart rate variability and cortisol levels, which we did after 12 weeks, and give them skills to go home with, which they brought home to their families in a lot of cases. We've improved the quality of life of our employees, made them more committed to us, but also made them better for our customers.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. In a world where we have all these new technologies, emerging technologies such as 3D printing of pills, or these online services where you can book a doctor online, ZocDocs, how do you think about managing risk and quality in that situation?
Yeah, I think the technology is inexorable, and I don't think we can stop it. So we have to do our best to make it as high quality as we can. My partner, Mari, she trained with Desika Char and Krishna Mashara in Madras back in the day when she was in Colgate 30 years ago. And we always argue about whether or not technology is really good for mankind, or should we just, be in our robes, sitting in a closet, meditating. And I think the technology is opening up parts of our abilities as human beings and our brains that allow us to be better people. And so I think the technology is inexorable, and we need to control it as much as we can, but we need to learn from it and be ready to respond when untoward things happen. I think spreadsheets, for example, are a scourge on American business. Because what we've done is we've created a tool with AutoCalc, because I remember when I had VisiCalc back in the early days, you had to actually recalc, otherwise the spreadsheet didn't total, right? That's how old I am. 1984. But with AutoCalc, it allows people to play with the assumptions inside the model to get the answer they want. So now my job as the CEO is to be a forensic scientist to find out where people are trying to lie to me. And so I don't like spreadsheets anymore. You know, you can use it to prove a point, but I want to know what the underlying assumptions are. And when you have a conversation, and this is back to another yoga principle we use, the conversation shouldn't be about what's truth, because there is no truth. There is no good or bad. The conversation should be about what do we need to believe in order to take these risks? What do we need to believe about what we're about to do that allows us to take that risk knowing that there could be untoward outcomes at the end of it? And that's a better conversation than what the spreadsheet tells us when we talk about truth. Because then we start managing from whatever the truth is on the spreadsheet. And the truth ain't the truth. It's somebody's manufactured version of the truth. And so I would caution all of you to limit the number of PowerPoints and spreadsheets you use because they've made us lazy. And creates more risk, actually, than, because people say, well, the spreadsheet, the presentation showed us that it was going to be fine. Well, did we talk about the assumptions? No, we didn't. So I think that's an important part of it. Technology is inexorable. We just have to understand it.
Gentlemen, yeah.
Hi, my name is Benny, and I've been a yoga practitioner for the past 8 years. I teach technologies of well-being to corporate. I think you are a fantastic ambassador. And my question, actually I have twofold. One is that I've seen your YouTube video on the amazing adversities that you faced and how you came out of it. And I think I would exhort everybody in the audience to watch the video. It's absolutely amazing. And it's one of the reasons why I'm here at the conference, by the way.
Well, thank you.
Yes, I really appreciate it. So we do these workshops for corporates. And I wanted to find out if you're doing something which would be advocacy for the level of whatever you want to call it, yoga or spirituality or mindfulness, to advocate that to corporate America and for the rest of the world, because business is the key point to drive influence right down to the grassroots.
Yes, I am. And that guy standing over by the door over there, David, he and I have worked together on a lot of this. When I first started talking about this, everybody in the corporation was going, don't talk about that stuff. They're going to think you're crazy. They're going to think you're weird. And now I find more and more CEOs want to talk about it. More corporations are interested in providing it. More people are interested in the human condition as a way of unlocking talent, bringing better people to work every day. In the past, capital used to be the scarce resource, and human talent was plentiful because we had people that were connected to machines. And now that's flipped. Capital is plentiful, and humans and talent is not. Skills are at a premium. And so as business leaders, we're taught to husband scarce resources and put at risk plentiful resources. And we've never made the switch from capital as the scarce resource to humans are the scarce resource. And so I would argue the business imperative is to realize that human talent is indeed the scarce resource, and that capital, we should put capital at risk to make the human condition better. And when we do that, we will have husband our scarce resource, and we will have put at risk our plentiful resources. So it's time to invest in people. And then we can go to the government and say, you know what, here's what we're doing as corporations and why we think this is important, and here's what we need from you for help. I want deductibility of investment in human capital like I get for machines. I want capital gains that take me to zero over 8 years on capital gains tax because I'm making a long-term investment. I want to work with people like Larry Fink at BlackRock and eliminate short-termism. I want to change my shareholder base to people that believe that investing in human beings is the best investment I can make. And by the way, when we announced our $16 an hour and reducing our out-of-pocket costs for our employees, not one shareholder complained about it. And our stock is up since then. So nobody's been punished in any way, shape, or form for investing in our scarce resource. So I think we have to think about all the various ways. And so we've announced a couple of weeks ago called the Healthy Cities Challenge. We want to bring together, we're doing, Goldie Hawn and I are working in in violent inner city middle schools teaching mindfulness and reducing classroom violence and improving the quality of test results. And so we've started this Healthy City Challenge where we want to bring together all of these disciplines, mindfulness, yoga, investing in people, teachers. Aetna started 119 urban farms last year to get food deserts in urban communities to get at the obesity issue. Mari's trying to convince us to do blue-green algae on rooftops to replenish the atmosphere. We're not quite that far out yet. But they are doing that in Fukushima reactors in Japan.
Yes, that's right,
They're actually putting blue-green algae on the roofs because that's how the planet started. But all of those things, and what we want to do is we want to reward cities with $1.5 million for the cities that come together with the best combination of multidisciplinary approaches to improve the health of the population and the productivity of that population.
Very cool. Question, was there a gentleman over here?
Yeah. Mark, I love your vision of the individual-centered health system where you're actually delivering health instead of managing risks. And a lot of us here are focused on third-party risk management, third-party quality management. And you had mentioned about the complexity of merging two large organizations and the cultural impact that has. When you look at third parties, that's another layer of complexity from a cultural perspective. And the way you're looking at this is really not looking necessarily at third-party risk and quality, but really third-party health delivery. So you're engaged with all the hospitals and pharmacies and so on and trying to encourage them to follow your principles from a health perspective. How are you planning on affecting that? I can see how you can manage the relationship with your biggest customer, and that has challenges, but managing with your third parties is another layer of complexity, it seems like.
So that's a great question. The new business strategic paradigm are social ecosystems. We are so interconnected in many ways, yet so disconnected from the standpoint of community that we have to find ways to engage our business partners and not necessarily own it all. I mean, when I first joined the company at Aetna, if we didn't build it, it wasn't worth anything. And now we don't have to build it anymore. And so the part of it is, and this is a childhood friend of mine who took a different path in life, used to say, Mark, you have to give up control to get power. And the idea is that you got to impart your intellectual property and share it with your business partners in order for them to get it. And with that imparting of that intellectual property, you build the trust and you build the verification that you're working with a quality partner because you're giving them part of the quality they need. So we're actually putting health systems in the insurance business and eliminating our role in those communities. And if they get it, we get them on the same economic model, and we get a greater share of the community's wallet of underwriting margin, we're better off because in any one market we have no more than 8% anyway. And if that provider is a key provider like Inova in Northern Virginia, and they've got 60% of the market, and I get half of 60% of the underwriting margin in that market because I'm a joint venture partner with them, I'm 4 times better than I was before. But you got to give them your technology or your intellectual property in order to do it so that they can move in. That's a social ecosystem where we share everything we have in order to make it better for the whole. It's the Japanese concept of a karatsu. And that requires you to have the right, again, verification, but part of it is you're giving them your stuff so you know how it works.
Other questions? Back.
Hi, Mark. Terry Lee with MetricStream. You spoke earlier about the Affordable Care Act, and recently one of your competitors announced they were pulling out of something like 37 markets. What do you think about the differences? How are you doing well and your merger with Humana really thrive in that market versus some of the other guys pulling out?
So when we entered the market, the Affordable Care Act market, everybody thought we were going to be the smallest provider, and we ended up being the largest in 17 different markets because we said we were going to play in all of them, and then we started pulling out of the ones we couldn't play in. And the validation was on the basis of, did we have a partner in the provider community that would get on the same economic basis as we were? Could we create a valuable product for individuals? And could we find those people that needed our product? And so in the Affordable Care Act, The product we are selling is not health insurance. We're selling peace of mind. These are families that are both working, parents are working, both providers are working. The family's got a certain economic status in life that they find acceptable, and they don't want to lose everything if they get sick. So they're buying peace of mind from us. And so you have to understand what it is that people want from the product you're selling. And so, as I've said to the folks in Washington more than once, if we want more people to buy from the public exchanges, then we need to find a different set of products that will meet their needs. To assume that standardized products are going to meet everybody's needs isn't true. And that we have to have different risk pools and different products. A healthy 28-year-old is not going to pay X dollars out of their pocket for premium every month with a $6,000 deductible and pay cash when they go to the doctor every year, once a year. You know, beer, parties, movies, car, gas, all that stuff goes first. Not a health insurance premium for something they're going to pay cash for anyway. And so we need a different product for them than for the population we're serving in the ACA, which are people that are too rich for Medicaid, too young for Medicare, but have chronic illnesses and need a subsidy. And that if you go into the market mindset with that in mind and say, this is the population I'm serving, and build products that meet their need, then you'll be okay. I mean, we're not making money, but we're not losing a lot of money either. And if I entered 17 markets de novo in the individual market, I would have, on an unregulated basis, I would have spent more getting into those markets than I've spent in losses in the last 2.5 years. So for me, it's an option on a new market that I should be willing to play in. First, from a business standpoint, but secondly, as a corporation interested in the quality of the communities within which we work, live, and play, and in restoring economic prosperity for everybody, I should be willing to do it.
Great. Other questions?
Hey, Mark, how are you? My name is Jordan Kelly. I appreciated your opinion before on sort of the millennial generation, and I think it's sort of progressive, the thought process there. Just interested in hearing your viewpoint on how you see the millennial playing a part in society and in the economy going forward. Thank you.
Well, I think the nature of work will change. Right now, Aetna has 47% of its employee population working from home full-time. They don't come into an office. And when people look at work, they talk about planet, people, and then profits. That's the millennial generation. They're not like my generation that went to business school and said, okay, how can I become Gordon Gekko, right? Which is where most of my class went, was to Wall Street when I graduated from Cornell, from the business school. People are really interested in that, and they want to know that they're being a vibrant part of a whole ecosystem in the community within they live, work, and play. Just look at cities, walkability, bicycles. I mean, I live in Manhattan, I ride my bike everywhere because it's just quicker and it's a lot of fun as long as you know how to handle cabs. And so I think this idea of a different way of working, things like TaskRabbit. I'm looking forward to retirement when I can sign up to deliver Meals on Wheels on the afternoon on my bike because I want to ride around Manhattan or do some work for a charity or help a rural community. I mean, that's going to be a great idea, and I think that's what millennials want, is they want to contribute more to society than just making a paycheck, having a big house, a mansion. Anybody who's got a mansion now, if you got one, sell it quick, because nobody wants to live like that anymore. They want communal space. They want to be close into a community. They want to be able to walk through the stores. They want to be able to ride their bike, and they want to have a vibrant neighborhood. And they don't want to live in big mansions with 5 acres separated from everybody else, showing how cool their house is. So I think we've got to find a way to reorganize work for that generation so they can do those things. And I think part of the whole technology evolving with broadband and everything is now we can have people work from almost anywhere, and make it useful and productive work for the most part.
Good. One in the back.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you, what's your stance or your opinion on work-life balance?
So, there is no work-life balance.
That's right.
It's all life. It is all life. When my son was diagnosed with a terminal cancer, I knew exactly where I needed to be, and it wasn't the office. So I left my work, I moved into his hospital room, I made him my project. He's the only one to ever survive his disease. I was there with him for a year, almost a year and a half. Gave him my left kidney 4 years later. That was my project. And he needed me, I needed to be there. So I think people, when they try to have a prescribed work-life balance, you're creating an illusion that doesn't exist. It's all just life. Figure it out. Be where you need to be, and do what you have to do for what is important to you. Let your center be your compass on how you need to spend your time, and you'll do just fine. But I never look at who's in what car's in the garage at night and who stayed the latest. I could care less. As a matter of fact, I think that people that need to stay at the office around the clock are wasting their time. They're not very productive. They don't have good people working for them, that's for sure, because they're doing it all themselves.
Any others? Okay, well, Mark, I'm going to transition back to, because we have a few more minutes here and then we'll wrap up. We spent this morning talking a lot about cybersecurity and data. And I know, because we've had conversations, I know that you're focused at Aetna very strongly around the security of data, et cetera. But I want to talk about data in a different way. Because of the business that you're in, you have a lot of data or a lot of information.
Yes.
So how are you thinking about that in terms of using it from a business sense?
So we have 12 petabytes of data at Aetna. So you could store 3 versions of the human DNA of the world's population in 1 petabyte. So we have 12 petabytes at Aetna. We collect billions of clinical transactions each year. And for a long time, most of it was taking up space. So we hired a guy named Gary Loveman, used to be the CEO of Caesars. He's come to work for us. He is like the biggest brain in data analytics and consumer econometrics in the country. He's a Harvard professor who was hired by Harrah's to fix a data problem as a consultant, became their CEO, created Caesars Enterprises, and he's now come to work with us on healthcare. And we're now starting this journey around what can we do with all this data? What can we do to create the self-curated experience? So if you go to a museum, 95% of the art is in storage. I don't know if you know that. 5% is on the wall. And the 5% on the wall is meant to put there to tell you a story. So I once took my team to look at an exhibit of Hopper all the way to Cubism with Picasso and Braque, all the way to Duchamp, to look at what photography did to disrupt visual art. Because you used to have to look at a painting to see Paris. Then you could see a photograph. So then they started to introduce time, because Einstein was talking about time. And Cubism is actually the same object over time being viewed around. So if you ever wonder what a Cubist painting is all about, it's actually the introduction of time to art. They want to make it smarter. And so curation is really meant to teach. And so if we self-curate our health journey using our data, then it's about us. It's our journey. And when people want to help me, they need to join my journey with me. They need to walk my path instead of me following whatever they come up with because my knees hurt or my shoulders hurt or my lungs are bad. And so this self-curation, the ability to take all of this data, requires us to digitize the capabilities in a way where the stuff that I need to have for my own journey are available to me, and the stuff that I don't need runs in background. And so this is the Internet of Things. Right. And in healthcare, I call it the Internet of Me. Right? It's all about me. And so this digitization, so for example, my mother's a type 2 diabetic, does not take good care of herself. She's 83 years old, and she looks at her blood sugar maybe twice a week. I have a friend who has a 6-month-old that's got type 1 diabetes, and Joe's blood sugar is running across the top of his iPhone all day long, being checked every minute, because he knows the impact of blood sugar on brain development in an infant. So curation, what's important to me? So this idea of taking all of this data and curating it requires access and use in a way that requires us to protect it. Right. And so a lot of our technology is point encrypted. So it's based on the node, which is the device that's accessing it, and it's encrypted each time, real time, is the way we protect it. And our preference is to leave the data everywhere. So you can't find Mark. And when we need Mark, we go scrape the data because the broadband's there, and we pull into the graphical user interface, the GUI, the information in a way I want to see it, so I'm in my own self-curation, and then I use it and then it gets destroyed. That's the way we like to think about security. Because when you keep it all in a database, that's a place for people to attack. And we get attacked every day. We get penetrated every day. We catch it early enough to kill it and shut it down. But if you ever think you're not going to get penetrated, you're fooling yourself. If you don't think you're going to be attacked, you're fooling yourself. We get attacked thousands of times an hour, usually from foreign governments. And because we do business around the world, we're an active target. And so the whole idea is to know we're going to be attacked, know we're going to get penetrated, know what to do when that happens so they can't get anything useful, but to leave it all over the place instead of throwing it all into one database as a model.
Okay. And I want to wrap up with, speaking of security, something very interesting that you're actually doing with biometrics. You're sharing me a story about your phone.
Anthropological verification. So people know that because I'm one-handed, that I hold my phone like this and I use my right hand to key in. If somebody tries to go horizontal, go 90, and use their left hand, we'll know and we'll ask for a second authentication of the data. So anthropologic verification. How do you hold your device? What device do you usually use to access a certain database? What databases do you usually use and how do you sequence through them? And if you go through them differently, we'll know you're not the same person, or we'll ask you to verify that you're the same person. So that's where security is headed, where you won't need passwords anymore. It'll be about how you use your device.
Very cool. Well,
Great.
Mark, everyone, please thank me.
Thank you.
Thank me. Well, join me in thanking Mark.
Great to be here with you. Thanks. Oh, thank you. No. When I run for president, you can do that.
That's what we need.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Billy.
Absolutely. All right. We are now at the witching hour. I'm going to take just a couple more minutes to actually wrap up. So before I do, since we were already in the clapping mode, I would like us to actually take a moment and thank the gentleman who was leading the team behind putting this entire event together. So if you could help me thank Nicholas Therikin. Nicholas, where are you? Stand up, raise your hand. Nicholas, well done. Okay. Was that an excellent way to end the summit? Isn't Mark amazing? Absolutely. So, as we sit here and look at the 3 days that we've spent, I challenged everyone to spend time, not only in the events and the presentations, but also with each other, networking, making new relationships and new connections. And I'm proud to say you've all passed that with flying colors. I saw a lot of collaboration, a lot of conversations, and all of that going on. I also want to take the time to actually share some of the key headlines of what we've experienced and enjoyed and learned over the last 3 days. Number one, MetricStream's focus for the next 12 months is to raise the bar on quality, drive innovation in the cloud, and enable IT and partners to work in our overall ecosystem to help drive customer success? From Gunjan Sinha. Number one. Number two, leaders have an important job of rewarding employees when risk-taking leads to positive outcomes. That came from Admiral Mullen. 3, everyone in an organization is a risk manager, from Ken Phelan. 4, we are all joined by the GRC promise. What is it? Everybody remember? Protect and perform. There we go, from French Caldwell. Number 5, banks are data companies. As a result of where we have been, today we are much simpler, smaller, safer, and stronger, from Randy Sloan. Number 6, M7 is for GRC high performers. Next, rules and regulations are necessary and compliance is our number one priority, but regulations do not need to stifle innovation. That was from Mark. And next we have, it is one thing to establish GRC processes and technology infrastructure, but another to get people across the organization to embody and carry out a firm's risk vision and mission in the day-to-day. Culturally and structurally, it's imperative to establish a strong tone at the top and bottoms-up GRC culture. And number 9, there are evolving threats in our nation's cyber and critical information infrastructure, and we are taking the steps to incentivize the private sector to better protect our nation from these threats, from Suzanne this morning. And then last, from our own Brenda Boltwood, on the one hand, we're saying that we have to redefine what information will reveal about our identity and broaden our notion of what privacy is, but on the other hand, we're saying that we may have to give some of our privacy up in order to get better security. All food for thought. So I'm going to say a big thank you to all of you, to our partners, to our event sponsors who made this happen, to the MetricStream folks who worked a lot of hours in pulling all this together, and I want to close the way I always close, which is to say, this is not the end, but this is just the beginning. It's the beginning of another year where we will come together and collaborate at either the London GRC Summit that's coming up in the fall, through our MSIGs, our MetricStream Special Interest Groups, either virtually or in person, through the roundtables and industry events that we conduct throughout the year. This is just the beginning. So let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep the discussion alive so that we can continue to drive and build an overall business environment that is better governed, a little more compliant, and a little less risky. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good, safe travel home wherever your travels take you, and I've really enjoyed our time together.
So ladies and gentlemen, just a quick announcement. I'm sure many of you would want to be here for this. We are going to do the raffle for the exhibitor stamps. So for those of you who've dropped in your exhibitor stamps completed forms, we're going to do the draw right now and give away 1 pass to GR Summit 2017 and 1 GoPro. So let's do this. Yes, you have to be here to win, actually. So the first person for the GRC Summit 2017 pass is Melissa Gallardo from USAA. She is not here. Okay, let's do this. The next person is Nimesh Shah from J&J. And Nimesh is not there. Oh. All right, so we have someone to collect on behalf of Nimesh. So, I'm sorry, Nimesh needs to be in here. Yes. Okay, Parul Jain from Market Access. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. USAA, Melissa Gallardo, gets a free pass for the GRC Summit 2017. And the second person that I picked up was Nimesh Shah from J&J. Nimesh Shah gets a GoPro Hero from the MetricStream GRC Summit 2016 this year. So folks, that's the prizes for from the raffle draw. Thank you very much. We have tea and coffee served at the Independence Ballroom. Thank you very much. Okay.